Tök jó.
Tényleg?
Az meg. Jó reggelt kívánok!
Good morning. We continue the plenary session of COSAC with demographic issues, which is a strategic issue for all of us. Quite rightly, the Hungarian EU presidency treats it as a key priority. By that I mean the management of demographic challenges. I'd like to very warmly welcome Madam State Secretary Zsófia Konc from the Ministry of Culture and Innovation. I must also say that for this topic, we also invited Dubravka Šuica, Vice President, to represent the European Commission, who eventually cancelled her participation. On 11th of October 2023, the European Commission published its communication on the demographic agenda for action, which raises a number of issues that may be useful for our debate today. They include topics such as how to gradually increase life expectancy, households are getting smaller, there is a decreased number of births, and some rural areas are suffering from depopulation, which is a not uncommon phenomenon. Dear Madam State Secretary, Hungary has chosen a different path to address these challenges from the majority of EU member states. I could very briefly describe it as we stand for a family support system instead of supporting migration. I would like to ask the State Secretary to give a glimpse of the good practices of Hungarian family policy that could be followed. Madam Secretary of State, the floor is yours. Please deliver your presentation from the podium.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to say it's a great honor to address the audience here. I hope you enjoy your time in Budapest, in our beautiful capital. I would ask would you please raise your hands who are here first time in Hungary? Wow, okay. I hope you enjoy and you will come back. And I also would like to start with that I am also a member of the Hungarian Parliament since 2020. I represent a beautiful region in Hungary, the Tokaj wine region, which is one of the first closed wine regions since 1737 and the World Heritage Site since 2002. So it's a beautiful part of Hungary as well. We have the chocolate capital in Hungary in Szerencs, which is also very nice. So I hope next time you will visit that region as well. And I work as a State Secretary for Family Affairs since 1st of August, which is a great honor to be able to work for Hungarian families now as a mother, expecting my second child. And I am proud to represent Hungary, a country which has made family policy a priority since 2010. During the past decade, we have achieved numerous results which show the effectiveness of our policies that strengthen families as the basis of sustainable demographic development. Hungary's long-standing unfavorable demographic trends are utmost connected to disturbances of family functions and values. Restricting the ever-growing negative cycles that result in the population decline is a national and social cause of great importance. It cannot be resolved without strengthening the position of families. Since 2010, the Hungarian government has started to introduce significant changes in family policy, altering its objectives and methods. Hungarian family policy has been based on several basic principles. Firstly, according to the Hungarian government, efficient pro-family policies require a strong financial background. Secondly, governments have to enable young couples to realize their family goals. In Hungary, every research and feedback shows that Hungarian youngsters would like to start a family. Therefore, the government needs to help them in overcoming the difficulties they face. Thirdly, owning a home of an adequate size is a key factor for having children, and for this reason, supporting the housing of young couples planning to have children and families already with children is of high priority. Our measures provide reliable and predictable support in all situations. The goal of our family policy is to form a bridge between generations that can withstand all the challenges of life. Prior to the change of government in 2010, opportunities for young people to have children were particularly limited. Raising a child in Hungary meant rather a financial burden and not a real fulfillment of the dreams of a family. In order to change these unfavorable trends, in 2010, the Hungarian government announced the so-called family-friendly turn. The primary objective of the government was, on the one hand, to remove all obstacles that may prevent young people from starting a family, and on the other hand, to restore the prestige of having a family, raising children, and support the approval and actual fulfillment of family values. This is the reason why the government has introduced a number of measures since 2010 to enable having children. The goal of the government to enable people to have as many children as they want in Hungary. Government policy that aims to support starting a family and childbearing has achieved concrete results in recent years, and we have experienced a positive and lasting turnaround regarding most trends. On April 3, 2022, a parliamentary election was held in Hungary that the current government won the two-thirds majority. This result authorized the government to continue to support Hungarian families. The most effective policy tools in this respect can be based on three pillars: providing adequate housing, financial stability, and promoting work-life balance. The number of children born within the territory of the current member state of the European Union has been the lowest since 1960. As far as Hungary is concerned, for 15 years Hungary was ranked 27th, the last among the EU member states in terms of fertility. But thanks to the government's family-friendly turn, we have managed to move up to the 6th place. The government's family policy has also contributed to 178,000 more children born in Hungary since 2010. Since 2010, we've been able to help families in many ways. I won't list the more than 30 measures, but let me mention the Family Action Plan, which is 5 years old this year, and consisted of 7 measures when it was launched in 2019. One of the measures is baby expecting subsidy, which is an allowance for young married couples aimed at encouraging them to have children. Every woman under the age of 40 who gets married for the first time is eligible for a preferential loan up to 10 million forint, and repayment of the loan is suspended for 3 years after birth of a child, and for another 3 years after a second. In addition, 1/3 of the principal of the loan is written off after the birth of a second child. If a third child is born, the remaining debt is cancelled in its entirety. The second is extension of family housing subsidy, so-called CHOK. Preferential loans available under the family housing subsidy scheme were extended. Families with 2 or more children were also able to use such loans for purchase of existing properties. Mortgage loan waiver, this is the third measure. The government provides this relief of 1 million forints when a second child is born, a further 4 million forint for the birth of a third child, and 1 million forint after the birth of every subsequent child. Personal income tax exemption for mothers with 4 or more children. Women who given birth to and raised 4 or more children are exempt from personal income tax for the rest of their lives. Car purchase program for large families. The government provided families raising at least 3 children with a non-repayable grant of 2.5 million forint for the purchase of new cars with at least 7 seats. Nursery care development, I think this is one of the greatest success, and the aim was to double the number of nursery care places. Grandparents' child care benefit. It means that the 7th point of the action plan is the introduction of child care payments for grandparents. If parents so decide, grandparents will be able to receive child care benefit instead of them. The government is very pleased that we have been able to help hundreds of thousands of families to obtain home or to buy a larger apartment or house through home building subsidies, which as the extension of the family housing subsidy. As I mentioned, this is the CHOK, a rural family housing subsidy, and the baby expecting subsidy. In addition, I would like to mention that the Hungarian northern development has been a real success story. While in 2010 there were 32,500 nursery places in the country, today there are more than double that number, over 67,000, and thousands of new nursery places are being built across the country. All in all, there are 3.5 times more nurseries today compared to 2010, which is a real help for families. Another unique measure is the provision of free textbooks. In August this year, 13 million textbooks and 70,000 teaching aids were distributed to 1.2 million students in 4,100 schools, a contribution of tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands forints. We are proud of our Elizabeth camps, which this summer alone have attracted over 40,000 people at a symbolic price of just 1,000 forint, around more than €2.5. With free travel. An important measure to help young people is the exemption from income tax for people under 25 years of age since 2022. Furthermore, I wish to mention that mothers under the age of 30 are also exempt from personal income tax. I must also highlight the unique Hungarian energy protection and subsidies, thanks to which the Hungarian people have been paying the lowest electricity and gas prices in the European Union for more than 10 years. In family policy, we also think that in terms of generations, so we are trying to help grandparents and older people as well, who are also laying the foundations for the future of their children and grandchildren. Let me mention, as already I mentioned, the grandparents' childcare benefit and the Women 40 measures. And also there is a great program, so-called Caring Watch program. It's an initiative of the Hungarian government for persons above 65. The program has saved lives of more than 22,000 elderly persons so far. During our EU presidency, we give priority to issue of work-life balance. We Hungarians have made extraordinary progress regarding women's employment since 2010. The employment rate of mothers aged 25 to 49 with a young child under 3 years is steadily rising from 66% in 2010 to 78% in 2023, 12% increase. Hungary has had the 7th best rate in the EU. These few examples illustrate that Hungary provides a wide range of support for families, all of which are important to us, from the youngest to the oldest. We help everyone. Of course, family policy is not static. We are ready to respond to changing circumstances based on our experience and the signals we get from our people, from the Hungarian people. We have recently announced that from 1st of September we are able to offer a subsidy for nursery fees again, and because of the conditions we provide it in rural areas, and parents of children attending municipal nurseries can now also benefit from this subsidy, which is great. And from 1st of October, tens of thousands of small taxpayers and small farmers will have easier access to state subsidies schemes. We Hungarians are family-loving people, and we see the future of our country in Hungarian families. The government is therefore constantly working to expand family support and to provide all the help families planning to have children and families raising children need. Ladies and gentlemen, last but not least, I wish to emphasize the predictability of our family benefit system. In general, in 2023, the Hungarian government spent 3.5 times more on supporting families than in 2010. The measures and results presented are part of a long-term commitment of the Hungarian government to keep family policy at the center of its vision for the future. Our attitude is that spending on families is an investment in our future. Therefore, our aim is to continue to build a family-friendly country and provide all possible support for sustainable demographic development. Providing support for Hungarian families is crucial for the Hungarian government, so this issue is central in our new economic policy as well. Looking ahead to 2026, we will double the rate of family tax allowance in 2 steps. With these measures, our goal is to improve the situation to the Hungarian families. We hope that we will succeed in drawing the attention of governments to demographic challenges facing the whole of Europe and the importance of family policy during our EU presidency. Hungary is ready to listen to everyone and is prepared to share its own experiences because we believe that the European Union can only be strong and successful if it's made up of strong families. So thank you so much for your kind attention.
Nagyon szépen köszönjük.
Thank you very much, Zsófia, State Secretary Zsófia Konz, for your presentation. Congratulations on the results achieved so far. We have 39 requests for the floor so far, and we will continue to have 90 seconds for contributions. I'd like to ask you to follow the practice of yesterday and to be considerate of the time. So first of all, again, I'm going to call on Troika members. So in accordance with that, first I give the floor to Mr. Peter de Roever, head of the delegation from Belgium. I will wait for you to put on your microphone.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you also for your introduction, Mr. The demographic challenges are a very legitimate concern, we think. Solution to that should involve, as also stated in the proposals made by the Conference of the Future of Europe, a comprehensive action aimed at all generations, from children and young people to families, to the working age population, to older persons who are still prepared to work, as well as those in retirement or need of care. The EU is struggling with an aging population, a sharply declining population, and migration of highly skilled workers. It is therefore necessary to examine the effects of aging in Europe, competitiveness, and how to optimize the EU's labor market potential. In terms of demographic challenges, the context is not the same in the various regions of the European Union. And the demographic context in, for instance, Central Europe is not the same as it is in Western Europe. So in this area, too, it is not possible to achieve a one-fit-all solution. And for that reason, we believe it is important for each member state to retain its own autonomy to set up its own initiatives. Thank you very much.
Mr. Patrick Gabriel from the Polish Sejm delegation. Mr. Chair, ladies and gentlemen, there's absolutely no doubt that demographic challenges that the whole community faces are quite unprecedented. Our population is aging, the number of births is on the decline. This requires a sense of responsibility, dedication, and credibility, and not only from politicians, but also from everyone in everyday life, in every walks of life. I'd like to thank the Hungarian presidency for pointing out this very significant challenge. When it comes to demographics, well, Poland, I can promise it, we are going to be very, very active part of this, underlining the fact that we are doing all this and we're talking about all this in the shadow against the backdrop of a war. And this is not only the war in the Ukraine, but also the decision by many European families. When they make the decision, when they decide to have children, well, I don't think we can really get to the end of all kinds of technical and methodological debates. I think the single largest challenge at this moment is the freedom of the nations of Europe, the kind of freedom that Hungary has been so famous about, and the famous, well-known István Széchenyi said that this is our obligation, but it requires constant sacrifice.
Az Európai Parlament delegáció.
Thank you very much. Romana Tomc, the floor is yours.
Honorable President, dear colleagues, dear members of the European Parliament and all the others. Demography is the key issue that will define our future. It goes beyond simply counting people. It is about understanding how our families are evolving, changing, and what that means for society at large. The issue of demography is at utmost importance for our future. Our economy's health, community stability, and the well-being of our nations depend on how we encourage and support family life, from parental leave and accessibility of quality and affordable childcare to incentives for higher birth rates and support for young families in solving their housing issue. These policies are crucial for addressing the demographic challenges as we face. Amid ongoing global and local challenges, it is important that family policies and demographic questions are not pushed to the margins of our priorities, which sometimes are. The long-term nature of these challenges demands our immediate action, our commitment, and our immediate action. By developing comprehensive and inclusive family policies that encourage fertility and support families, we can reverse our current trends. So let's do that together. Thank you.
Hajnal Kajuhász, the member of the Hungarian delegation.
Aging society, green and digital transition, rural depopulation, increasing pressure on fiscal resources, and the changing of world of work generate such demographic issues and challenges which need to be put into spotlight. The Hungarian presidency, fully respecting the competencies of member states, wishing to draw attention to these challenges, and the Commission's demographic toolbox provides a good basis for that. Addressing the issue is an urgent must. The Hungarian government has created constitutional and economic foundations of family support and demographic policy. We work to break down the barriers to having children and enable young people to implement their plans to start a family. We are constantly expanding family subsidies, since having a child is a lifelong decision for which stability, predictability, and security are needed. Our main goal is that every desired child can be born, families are safe, can live in their own home. Helping families, therefore, we have created a targeted and flexible support system which is able to provide assistance at every stage of life journey. That's why we support their housing, their financial security, and the possibility of coordinating work and family life. We invite our European partners to follow us and cooperate mutually in order to change the course of the European depopulation tendencies. Children are the future of Europe. Thank you very much indeed.
A szlovén
Slovenian delegation, Mr. David Klobasa.
Spoštovani kolegi, spoštovane.
Distinguished colleagues, Europe is facing substantial demographic challenges, aging population, low birth numbers, and this is actually endangering our long-term stability. The 1.5 fertility rate is extremely low because 2.1 is the number that would be required, and it is forecasted by 2050 the ratio of those older than 50 years of age is going to exponentially grow. We see the labor situation, we see a decline in kindergarten places, in the number of kindergarten places. There is definitely something we have to give thought to migration policy up until 2030 in Europe, because we will have a lack of 40 million workers in Europe up until 2030, and it is only with joint initiatives that we can ensure that we are able to provide for the welfare of European citizens amidst these demographic challenges.
Thank you, President. Colleagues, current demographic trends are seen as a tragedy. They are not for everybody. Youth everlasting and life without end represents a universal dream. Living longer, this dream comes true. Deciding when and how many children to have, it was a right families have for long fought for. Such a height-constrained mobility within EU was a nightmare, not a dream, for some member states which lost in peace conditions around 20% of their skilled active population when other member states receive valuable human resources. No doubt, it is a challenge to organize society in a functional manner in the new situation. Low natality is a sign of a deep societal crisis. If economic crisis, dealing with inequality and declaring housing a human right, it is compulsory. If technological disruptions, we must pay attention that robots replace humans without due contributions to social systems. If virtual relations are preferred to making a family, it is a change in human behaviors dangerous for the future of humanity. However, seeing the easiness in fueling killing wars, the level of unemployment, the number of needs young people, I cannot help myself to notice a bit of hypocrisy in our complaining about demography. Thank you.
Czech Senate delegation, Adela Šípová.
Dear Mr. Chairman, honorable colleagues, thank you very much for the possibility to speak to you. As a mother to 4 daughters and 1 son myself, I believe I can understand the reasons why some women do not give birth to more children. Those reasons are, in particular, many fears and inequalities in society. Women's education in Europe has increased recently, and that's good, we need that. Yet, for young people, uncertainties remain about getting housing, kindergartens, as well as secure and sustainable future. At the same time, young people, and especially women, are not confident that they will keep their good jobs. The economic future of mothers is still too dependent on the stability of the partnership. In the Czech Republic, the problem is also that the gender pay gap is 18% at this moment. The problem is clear. It is still the gender inequality. It is absolutely essential to talk about demographic challenges without populism if we really want to solve it and help our young people.
German Bundestag delegation member Michael Zacher.
Sehr geehrter Herr Vorsitzender, liebe Kollegen.
Distinguished Mr. Chair, dear colleagues, as Sven Simon alluded to this yesterday, the members of the European Union in global comparison are small countries, and we have just heard in the previous contributions that demographic challenges do not have a one-fit-for-all solution to them. In Germany, we are seeing extreme challenges with respect to demographics. Those born in the 50s and 60s are slowly retiring, and we are going to have less labor present on the labor market, which we in Germany are not going to be able to solve on our own. We do also need a European solution, and together with the European Union and the nation states, we need to seek a solution. And this is not only about basically importing highly skilled, highly trained workforce from abroad. We need people who keep the whole engine, the whole structure in motion. We need family policy that makes this possible. I'm grateful for all those who have spoken before me, and I thank the one who just mentioned gender inequalities. Children need housing, mothers need jobs, and this is continues to be a huge challenge, and it is only together that we can solve this problem.
Ivica
Ivan Racan from Croatia.
Thank you, dear colleagues. I was born in 1973, and all through my life, through education and adult life, I was told and I was taught that the world is heading into a population overgrowth where there will not be enough food to feed all the people, and how it was all wrong. Now we are suddenly faced with something completely different, population collapse. This has not come about in a short time. This was something that was long coming, but it was not seen, and it is perhaps why it is such a crisis now. My country, Croatia, has a fertility rate of 1.41, one of the lowest in the EU. We are trying to deal with this situation we have created a ministry for demography, and thus elevating this issue to the highest political level and trying to find the solutions through incentives and measures and everything we can think of. Only time will tell what the real solutions really are and how it will all play out. But things need to be tried. And what we do know now, we do know that if there are no children, there will not be a future. Thank you.
Italian Senate delegation, Cinzia Pellegrini. No. Distinguished Mr. Chair, dear colleagues, Eurostat 2024 report is showing a substantial decline in the number of births in the European Union. From within a few years, it has declined. There are also labor instabilities, uncertainty of employment, and quite naturally, governments have the power and have the obligation to intervene to apply public policy. The Meloni government has, for example, increased the number of subsidies for kindergarten places, for young youth housing. We have increased the maternity leave period, and we are supporting working mothers. These are just a few measures that Europe can also take over and can help to reconcile work-life balance. But let me say that the real factor here is the cultural factor, because what we are seeing is a culture that is spreading that actually is mocking the traditional family, that it's an obsolete institution, that it is reducing the role of mothers, the women as mothers. Successful women can only be successful in their jobs and not in the family. There's a lot of movements that are working to bring down gender identity, to influence individual decisions. child-free movements are spreading. In some places, people are undergoing surgeries in order to ensure that they are not able to bear any more children.
Godinho asszony következik a
Ana Mendes Godinho from the Portuguese delegation.
Dear colleagues, jó reggelt. We all know that Europe is in a race against the clock. Our demography shows we do not have enough people to guarantee our common future, and we are jeopardizing opportunities. First, with our children. Yes, we have to invest in children, of course, and we cannot accept that 20% of our children in Europe are at risk of poverty, creating two worlds apart inside Europe with walls between us. We cannot jeopardize 20% of our population. 3 years ago, we implemented in Portugal free kindergartens, and this is having a major impact as the support of families. Let us make this investment in children a European common mission. Second, with migrants. Europe depends on migrants to grow, to be competitive, and to support our welfare states. In Portugal, migrants pay 7 times plus to social security than what they receive. Let us not repeat the mistakes of the past. The darkest times of Europe were faced when Europe was divided with a barrier that sealed and locked people and thoughts. We don't want a new wall that blocks people and freezes people. We were against the old Iron Curtain. We must be together to fight against new Iron Curtains.
Now we have a member of the delegation from the Estonian Parliament, Rema Solman.
This discussion. As the former Minister of Demography, I am looking forward to the discussion. Low birth rates and demographic downturn are fundamental issues that stand in the way of building a prosperous and sustainable future for our children, our nation states, and the European Union at large. I am glad that there are nations that have made families their top priority. Hungary, who is hosting this meeting, is certainly one of these countries and a good example of family-friendly initiatives. However, grim is that the behavior of the Prime Minister Viktor Orban, who is talking a lot about demographics, talking about having more children, and he still finds it okay to shake hands with Putin. Putin, who is killing children and families in Europe, is deporting Ukrainian children to Russia against their own will. Colleagues, this is unacceptable. Moreover, low birth rate is no longer only a European problem. Most of the world has seen a steep decline in fertility in the recent years. If we are to solve the demographic downturn, we have to work together, share our knowledge and experience. Estonia is very much open to cooperation to solve demographic issues. But we also need to have empathy, because family is a very private and sensitive issue and must be handled carefully. It needs to only be handled by encouragement and support. Thank you.
Andrea Rajbesú asszony következik, a Szlovén Nemzetgyűlés delegációjának a tagja. Parancsoljon!
Hvala. Andrea Rajbesú, a member of the Slovenian National Assembly. Slovenia is facing the kind of demographic challenges like other countries, but at the same time, it also has some unique features. A lot of young people leave the country and they are looking for work abroad. Not many move into Slovenia, and properties, the majority of properties are owned by older members of society, which means that it's very difficult for young people to get any housing. And typically young people move to larger towns or in the vicinity of larger towns. Family support system, one-off financial support when children are born, nursery care, part-time working, home office, housing, rent subsidies, subsidies for long-term care, the home caring of old people. Well, these are all measures and programs that are aimed at making sure that we have highly qualified foreign youngsters coming to our country. All these measures are already in place, along with many other measures, so this situation is full of challenges, but at the same time also opportunities. And of course, it's very important to have cooperation among member states to be able to find an efficient solution to demographic challenges. Zoltán Zakariás, please. Honorable President and dear colleagues, the negative demographic trend that has been discussed for years by many didn't start today. In Romania, for example, we went into a negative trend in 1993, and the gap has been widening since. Well, when we look at the structure, it's clearly about the reduction of birth rates, because death rates, both in absolute and relative terms, are rather stable. So the task is given. We need to stimulate having children. It's also been said that it's primarily a member state competence. It's also common knowledge that we can achieve that through economic stability. And here, although indirectly, the economic policy of the European Union also comes in the picture. If as a result we have high energy prices and reduced competitiveness, that causes uncertainty, and we go into a vicious circle that deepens the problem. But at the same time, it's also true that not many talk about migration within the EU at EU level. Hungary is one of the most suffering countries. According to unofficial estimates, almost 1/4 of its population lives and works in Western European countries. And I think that matter must also be put on the list of negotiations for now, perhaps at the level of bilateral relations. And we should discuss how that labor force should be replaced from outside the EU. Now we have Milagros Marcos Ortegos, a member of the delegation from Spain. Please, the floor is yours. Dear colleagues, Europe is people plus territory. So if 80% of the rural areas are not used, then productivity will always remain an utopia. So Spain and Europe is suffering from a low birth rate, an aging population, and the movement of the population from rural areas to city areas. And the toolkit introduced by von der Leyen sets out certain intentions that are essential for resolving the situation. But we have another proposal as well, which is that within the multi-year financial facility, we should have some means to protect the strategic sectors that are strategic for our autonomy, like water, security of food supply, and energy. So in rural places and also in areas of agriculture, fishery, and forestry, it's also very important to protect these sectors. And the operation of the companies that are located in areas where the population is declining must be supported, and we must make sure that all the regulations and rules we accept across Europe must also be assessed from the aspect of their impact on rural areas. So we should not make ideology-driven decisions, but we should also look at who we are competing with in Europe and also globally. We should also assess the size of our population and make sure we focus on key matters. We have Leonid Yurkovsky from the Swedish presidency.
Commitment towards a more prosperous continent, but we all face a common threat in the form of demographic decline. Sweden is unfortunately no exception. Despite our quite ambitious efforts toward family-friendly policies and gender equality, we recently witnessed the lowest birth rates in recorded history, which is also why I want to express my gratitude towards the Hungarian presidency for bringing this issue to the table. As a representative for Sweden's only nationalistic party in parliament, and may I add, the largest party in the current government cooperation, I can confidently state that migration from outside the EU is not a sustainable solution. It is perhaps the only thing more detrimental than the demographic decline itself. For those delegates here today that may not yet be aware of our situation, allow me to clarify. With mass migration, we increase the population, yes, but in doing so, we sacrificed welfare, safety, and unity for our people. Of course, all of this without remotely addressing the root cause for people migrating in the first place. This is not how you build a family-friendly society. Thus, my invitation to all member states of the EU, let us stand on the side of families, let us dare to envision a more hopeful future, but let Sweden be a warning. Do not repeat our mistakes.
Filippo Skerra úr következik, az olasz képviselőház delegációjának a tagja, parancsoljon.
Filippo Skerra, a member of the delegation from Italy. Thank you very much for the opportunity. We have some migration aspects in demographic issues. We believe that the EU is following faulty policies in that sense. The Italian government is also behaving in a strange way. Previously, they actually wanted to use sea blockades to resolve the issue. Now they are trying to transfer migrants to Albania and register migrants there. So how can we manage this issue? Maybe we can only do that if it becomes mandatory to distribute the inflowing crowds among member states. So it's from this aspect that we should look at the migration pact once again. This is the only way to stop the continuation of migration that's considered to be illegal. Alexander van Hattem, a member of the Dutch delegation. Thank you very much. At the initiative of the Dutch Parliament in 2023, we made an exhaustive examination, and we published that book in the same year, where we look at the possible scenarios, demographic scenarios until 2050. The report went for gradual growth, where we need to organize the right way to accept migrants, and we need to plan for the long term, both in terms of those who come to study and also those who come as migrants. And the report emphasizes that the issue of demography is a huge burden for our society, both in education, healthcare, and housing. So by all means, we need to dramatically reduce the inflow of illegal migrants in the Netherlands to improve the situation both in healthcare and in the education system. And of course, all of that is included in the report of the State Committee I'm holding in my hand. And the different solutions followed by EU member states can inspire us in this respect. Evangelos Syrigos is the next from the Greek delegation, please. Thank you very much, Honorable President. For us to be able to keep an appropriate population number, we need to get to a stage where all women of childbearing age have 2.1 children. We are not there yet in France. Well, in France, the highest fertility rate is 1.61, and we must avoid the example of South Korea, where the fertility rate was 0.72% just recently. It's a very important issue that influences our quality of life. We need to offer financial support for childbearing. Every child, every family gets financial support for childbearing. However, that is only a short-term solution. Giving money is only a short-term solution. In Europe, large families are widely discussed. We need to look at what kind of housing policies we use to support families. And we believe that financial support and housing support must start with the second child, and it must be increased for third and fourth children. Every family wants children. We must also look at how the European Union could have a demographic policy that appropriately manages the current situation in Europe. And each EU country should formulate their family policy along common policies. We have a representative of the delegation from Luxembourg, Tom Weidig. Köszönöm, tisztelt elnök úr!
Babies. The hardline feminists were outraged. How dare an old white man tell women to have more children? They are not breeding machines. But ideology clashes with nature, who does not care about our wishes of individual freedom. A society that does not have 2.1 children per woman will eventually die out. Good immigration policies with a job waiting for them can weaken the fall, but chaotic, illegal, culturally distant and low education immigration will hurt our societies even more. Many claim that our economic system is not sustainable. I claim that our society's family values are even more unsustainable. We need an attitude shift. Our society needs to value parents more as heroes, but not just with tax reliefs, but with constant words of praise and respect. We need to tell young women and men that they are successful and respected if they raise well-educated children. You can still have your car or your career, but you don't need to be successful. I do not have children, therefore I would like to thank all of you who have raised children to have done more for society than myself. Thank you.
Krisztus Krisztú úr következik a ciprusi parlament.
Christos Christos from the delegation of Cyprus. Thank you very much for the floor, Honorable President. When it comes to the issue of demography, it's a worsening issue in Europe, and the numbers speak for themselves. What we see is that the birth rate is reducing. We stand at roughly 1.5, which is not sufficient to regenerate the population. There are three pillars to demographic policy: the birth rate, increasing the birth rate, resolving the migration issue, and also the aging population. All these figures are in the negative range, meaning that demographic phenomena are rather worrying. And those who invest into family policies and believe that illegal and irregular migration is the solution, well, they need to know that there are millions of people who disagree with the stance that it's migrants that offer the right solution. We need the right policies to make sure we don't replace our populations. In my view, currently, we should look for new solutions and we should provide more motivation and supportive means to families wishing to have children, so we can learn from Hungary. From the Finnish delegation, we have Madame Sari Tanus. Honorable audience, in Finland, the situation is very severe because there are too few children born live birth. Last year, we had the lowest birth rate ever in Finland last year. The majority of families wish to have children, but they cannot give birth to the 2 children that they want to. And many people actually would want a 3rd child. And why do they fail? The reason is that they actually venture to have children too late. As a gynecologist, I can tell you that after the age of 24, the probability of successfully having children declines. And for us to be able to give birth to children, we should really start having children before the age of 30. And we should discuss this more widely among young children and encourage them to following their dreams. In Finland, there were 20 proposals formulated by a well-known researcher which contained many recommendations regarding how we could put these measures into practice to make sure women can have children at a young age. Thank you.
Portuguese delegation, Ana Sofia Antunes.
Senhor Presidente, caros colegas, enfrentamos na Europa.
Esteemed Mr. Chair, dear colleagues, there is a substantial demographic problem that Europe is facing. Unfortunately, by 2050, the 30% of the population will be older than 50 years old. So the different legislations also need to take this into account. It is also important that there is a great significance in terms of economy, agriculture, construction, industry, where there are more and more migrant workers being employed, which of course these workers do pay their social security, sometimes even more observant of this than the population at large. The hotel, catering, hospitality industry are all contributing to this, but it is important that we also pay attention to the depopulated rural areas. It is also important to mention here that there's 2.6 billion euros that people are paying in terms of taxes, but spending the costs of assisting the migrants, the arriving migrants, is enormous. How are we able to preserve our competitiveness if the majority of our employees are not domestic? Spain. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. European demographics is facing very substantial challenges. There is 1.48 the fertility rate, which means we are unable to stabilize the population. Since 2012, we have had more people die than born. Without migration, we would have seen a substantial reduction in the size of our population. The whole of the European Union is losing active labor force. There's about 30 million people that will be missing in the next coming years. We are supposing that 35% of the population is going to retire in the next coming years, while there's a continuous decline of active labor force. Ladies and gentlemen, aging population, migrants are to some extent compensating this divide. Children, grandchildren are not born. Migration seems to be important to maintain the economy. Who would take care of our elderly? Who would run the health systems? During the course of history, migration has always contributed to the development of peoples. Xenophobia has always proven to be destructive. This is of key importance for prosperity, and I believe that they are not causing the problem, they are the solution of the problem. Thank you. Mr. Zlinski from the Czech Parliament.
Pane předsedající, vážené dámy a pánové, dovolte.
Distinguished chair, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to call out the declining birth numbers. This is a clear and present danger in every EU member country, and if we have a factor of 1.56 in 2021 and we go down by 23 to 1.4, then that is something we have to take into account. We had the pandemics, we had the COVID vaccination, but we also had all others. We have to be able to identify the reasons. There is not one country of the European Union where the fertility rate is 2.1, which would just be about simple reproduction. That the European population is going extinct will not be resolved by migration, which is in substantial part illegal. So as long as we are not able to ensure and control who are crossing our borders that basically thereby borders that also mean all kinds of multi-gender theories and others impacted by these societies are destined to transform, some of them to extinction, and this is about the whole civilization, countries and nations.
A luxemburgi parlament delegációs tagja következik, Frank Fayot úr, parancsolja.
Mr. Frank Fayot.
Good morning, colleagues. I am a father of 4, and I therefore make up here for my colleague who has no children. Even as a big believer in doing something about the demographic in Europe, I cannot fail but notice a certain paradox in complaining about the demographic decline of Europe and its implications for our competitiveness, while at the same time talking up a migrant crisis requiring us to build a wall around Europe and shipping illegal migrants to third country hubs. Unless maybe this has more to do with fear-mongering and looking for scapegoats to explain the failure dealing with much bigger problems such as social inequality. Where it becomes a little bit hypocritical is when at the same time the very countries that advocate the most restrictive policies, immigration policies, and Hungary is a case in point, invite hundreds of thousands of Asian workers to staff their car and electric battery factories. Of course, we have to show solidarity with those European countries that are most exposed to the arrival of migrants. But, colleagues, if we want to tackle the negative demographic trend which Europe is facing, we should also do a much better job at welcoming and integrating migrants in our societies and looking at this as an opportunity rather than a crisis.
Onni Rostila from Finland.
Arvoisa herra puhemies, hyvät kollegat.
Distinguished chair, distinguished colleagues. European fertility numbers are showing a collapse. We have not had any precedent like this from previous times. Without children, there is simply no culture, there is no society anymore. Migration and immigration is also an unacceptable solution because it is not in the end a solution, since fertility numbers are going down outside of Europe as well. In this topic, Hungary was in the forefront. Hungary has taken concrete measures and not delivered celebratory speeches. And nowadays we have talked a lot about values, about European values, about democratic values, the value of democracy. But at the same time, let us please not forget that without families, without children, Europe or these values do not have a future anymore. Therefore, we cannot rest idle. Thank you very much.
Én is köszönöm. Anna
Thank you very much. Anna Jakovljević from Serbia.
Parancsoljon.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for the opportunity to speak today on a topic that is increasingly defining the future of Europe and its regions. As we already heard, Europe is undergoing profound demographic changes characterized by an aged population, declined birth rates, and increasing migrations. European governments are implementing a range of responses to address these demographic shifts. The demographic challenges of Europe are mirrored and often magnified in the Western Balkans. A defining trend in the Western Balkans is the ongoing out-migration of young and skilled workers, also referred as a brain drain, which worsens already declining birth rates and an aging population. In response to these trends, governments in the Western Balkans are exploring a range of policy initiatives in order to incentivize young people to stay. Regional cooperation is also vital. The region's EU integration process, while challenging, offers a promising framework for addressing these demographic shifts by aligning policies and encouraging economic and social reforms. Europe's demographic challenges are called for a united and comprehensive approach. The Western Balkans hold untapped potential, both in its human capital and its strategic importance to Europe's future. As we look to the future, let us remember demographics are not just numbers and statistics. They represent the lives and aspirations of millions of people. Together, through collaboration, commitment, and compassion, we can create a Europe that is more resilient, inclusive, and dynamic, a Europe that leaves no region or generation behind. Thank you.
A montenegrói parlament delegációjának.
Montenegro, Nikola Kamai.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Ladies and gentlemen, as we all know, Europe is facing demographic shifts, an aging population, declining birth rates, and change in migration patterns. These demographic dynamics are reshaping our society and economies, requiring cohesive policy responses. Fully aware of the statistics and prognosis regarding the above, I have to emphasize that the demographic and refugee issue cannot be seen as divided matter, nor as a national or just European matter, because it has global impact, same as the global warming. I believe that in addition to fostering demographic growth and rejuvenating the population, the European Union must devise effective policies for countries that are becoming permanent destinations for migrants in order to ensure their integration and maintain social cohesion. Montenegro, same as many European countries, is also facing demographic pressure, such as declining birth rates, youth migration, and aging population, as highlighted by the results of the last census. All of this encourages us to introduce pro-natal and pro-family politics and create conditions to retain young people. So, dear parliamentary colleagues, the challenges of democratic change requires both national action and European cooperation. By sharing best practices and working together, we can ensure that Europe remains dynamic and resilient. Montenegro is committed to contributing to this joint effort, and I look forward to our continued collaboration. Thank you.
Branislav Borenović from Bosnia-Herzegovina.
In these complex, sensitive, and economically, security and geopolitically demanding times, I think that
Egy kis türelmet kérünk, visszük a...
Please bear with us, you will get a microphone.
Do you hear me now? Is it okay now?
Yes.
I can get back time, yeah?
Újraindítjuk az időt.
We will restart the clock.
Parancsoljon.
Okay. In these complex, sensitive, and economically, security, and geopolitically demanding times, I think that the most important, necessary, and priority for Western European civilization is solving the demographic challenges. Yes, it is, as we already heard, a dominant issue at the national level. but better coordination, cooperation and exchange of best and successful experience at the European level is also needed. For us who come from the areas of the Western Balkans, especially us from Bosnia and Herzegovina, demography is a question of all issues, not in the next 4 years, but in the next 40 years. Aging, low fertility, metropolization, rural area depopulation, small town decline, work-life balance, infertility, empty schools, pension system sustainability and higher taxes are the key demography challenges. And what are the measures and policies? Demography is an absolute priority. Demography recession is worse than economic recession. This issue needs to be addressed by presidents and prime ministers. We need to think and work actively about this nowadays and long term as well. We need family and children-friendly taxation, incentives, housing, but also we need family and children-friendly TV content and positive school content, kindergartens, free IVF treatments, work-life balance for working mothers. All these demographic incentives, contributions, support are the real and needed investments in the future and survival of this civilization.
Most pedig az
Albania, Etienne Jaffay.
Thank you, Mr. President. Esteemed colleagues, I think we have to be very clear on one issue, that illegal migration and demographic long-term development and sustainability of countries and economies are two very different issues. I fully agree with our colleague from Luxembourg who brought this before, because this is something that has happened historically in the west of Europe, and it's a problem that right now it's plaguing at the utmost the east and the south. All the other times the west, the developed countries, have imported labor and highly skilled labor from Eastern Europe, Central Europe, and the Western Balkans. But as now the need and necessity of the Western economies is unprecedented in terms of numerical numbers, of course, the South and the East are under very, very hard duress. You heard my colleagues from the Western Balkans speak about this and address it earlier. This is creating a long-term development issue for us. For Albania, it has cost us over the past 12 years a fourth of our population. And this is a loss for education systems, healthcare systems, pension funds, and of course, social welfare systems. So in terms for us to not postpone a time bomb and postpone a problem, we need to have a holistic approach, and we need to understand that there needs to be a joint and collective addressing of this problem, so that then in the future we can help countries that are neighbors and countries that eventually will become European members develop a workforce that is sustainable and that is enforcing and bringing forward economic growth. We don't need a miracle cure. Thank you.
Switzerland, Hans-Peter Portmann.
Herr Vorsitzender, geschätzte Miteuropäerinnen und Miteuropäer.
Esteemed Mr. Chair, ladies and gentlemen, in Switzerland we are of the same opinion of these demographic processes as most in the European Union, and this is a huge challenge. However, Switzerland is party to the agreement that ensures the free movement of labor. We have about 9 million population, and a lot of people are working there from the European Union. 80% of foreigners working in our country come from the European Union. The society, the economy's performance is basically at its limits. Dear colleagues, it is in your hands to agree with third-party nations. Jacques Delors had a vision, and Jacques Delors said that solidarity unifies. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, cooperation can only be strengthened if we give space to the uniqueness. We consider the uniqueness of nation states. We can only practice solidarity if we are not only projecting our own image onto the continent, if we say that what we do is the best model. Solidarity, I'm sorry. Well, you still know what I want to say. So we do need individual tailor-made solutions for each country. We cannot have a one fit for all.
Most pedig a koszovói.
And now, Kosovo Parliament, Madam Krasniqi.
Dear MPs, the state of Kosovo this year has conducted the population, household and housing census according to the recommendation of European Commission. This consensus included the resident population and the diaspora, and according to the results of Kosovo Statistics Agency. Kosovo has a population of 1,006,000 inhabitants. Kosovo has the largest number of the young people in Europe. About 55% are under the age of 29, but was also the last country to get the visa liberalization this year, and the only country that still did not get the candidate country status for EU membership. It would contribute to economic, political, and security developments not only in Kosovo, but the entire Balkan region, if the EU member countries such as Spain, Romania, Greece, Slovakia, Cyprus recognize the state of Kosovo as soon as possible. Moreover, these countries must respect the decision of International Court of Justice of 22nd July 2010 regarding the independence of Kosovo, which was proven to be fully in accordance with international law. Thank you.
A török parlamenti delegáció.
Turkish parliamentary delegation, Mr. Aric.
Mr. President, dear colleagues, one obvious demographic fact is the aging of the EU's population. Demographic downturn in Europe brings about many challenges, impacting negatively the EU's competitiveness and global role. If managed correctly, migration might be a solution to the problem of demographic change in Europe. Due to the ongoing political instabilities, poor governance, armed conflicts, and economic hardships in the region, Turkey has been under heavy migration pressure from neighboring countries and countries of the region. Besides being of a transit country, we cannot sustain the current level of support to more than 4 million immigrants in our country forever. The recent mass migration out of Ukraine has demonstrated that migration can occur anytime, anywhere around the world. No country is immune from the challenge posed by migration. Migration requires a global and sustainable approach. International cooperation is key in managing migration. Root causes must be addressed for long-term and sustainable solutions to migration challenges. Burden and responsibility sharing with the countries most affected by irregular migration movements is critical. Turkey EU's statement of 18th March has been a unique model of multidimensional cooperation which goes beyond cooperation in migration. We have fulfilled all our commitments and expect the same from the EU on all aspects of the statement. We have defined comprehensive, credible, and sustainable solutions to the problems of refugees.
Ebben a szekciónkban
And the last speaker now is Olena Vintonyak from Ukraine.
Önt illeti a szó.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues, 6.5 million of Ukrainians fled from war to the EU countries. This is a big loss and tragedy for Ukraine. This is one of consequences of the barbaric war Russia has brought to our country. We are grateful to all those countries who sheltered our people, opened their houses, offered jobs, shelter, financial allowance to those in need. We need to think how to get these people engaged in the post-war reconstruction, revival of the country. We hope that with the help of the EU and the member states, we will motivate those who left the country to contribute its revival. And last but not least, daily missile and drone attacks on Ukraine's energy infrastructure leads to further depopulation of Ukrainian cities. Help us to protect our cities, our critical infrastructure. Give us means to counter this terrible attack. It's our common interest to avoid next waves of forced migration from Ukraine. Thank you.
And this brings us to the end of the questions. I would like to thank the members of Parliament for their activity. And now I give the floor to State Secretary Zsófia Konc to provide a response to the questions that have been posed.
First of all, I would like to thank for your remarks, comments, and I think we agreed that Europe is facing a demographic challenges. It was good to hear that the EU members identified some crucial points, some crucial challenges, some crucial points on housing, for example. We do believe that this needs a main focus, and for example, right now, we're developing an economic program for the issue of affordable housing as well in cooperation with the Hungarian families. And the availability of sufficient housing is essential. It contributes to a sense of security and provides a foundation for starting a family. State subsidies, especially in a non-refundable format, undoubtedly help to achieve this goal. Also, providing housing subsidies in rural areas contribute to retaining the population of the given region. You also mentioned and identified as an issue a rural region and the population there. Just one example, between 2015 and 23, more than or almost 250,000 families have been recipients of the subsidy, so-called COSAC, that I mentioned already. Due to the change in the housing market situation, replacing the previous housing scheme, the government launched a new housing program in 2024, a subsidies launch scheme for families planning to have children called COSAC Plus. We believe, as the Hungarian government, in the Hungarian countryside, which is very important for us as well. And some comments also touch the issue of rural depopulation. Within the framework of the Hungarian rural program, we launched the rural COSAC, which has been available from 2019 in 2,630 disadvantaged settlements with a population of up to 5,000 for the purpose of buying or building a new home, purchasing a pre-owned home, at the same time expanding or modernizing an existing residential property. I can tell you that due to several measures of the Hungarian government, in many places the population decline has been stopped and the population has even started to increase. Another issue is promoting work-life and the work-life balance. First of all, I would like to highlight that we were able to create 1 million jobs in recent years, which is a real great achievement in Hungary, and especially when we talk about the young people and female employment, where we made the most progress. The key to successful family policy is that families can decide for themselves about how to reconcile family life and career, adapting to their own personal situation. The right to decide belongs equally to mothers and fathers, the young and the older generation as well. It is of crucial importance to create an environment in which every individual is able to reconcile family and professional life, for instance, with the help of flexible working arrangements, a generous and flexible parental leave system providing freedom of decision to parents, or adequate nursery care. Also, I saw that there is a debate on migration. Hungary and we believe that instead of illegal migration, funding must be provided for families, which is very important. That we also think that key question is the European competitiveness, affordable energy, and the security of Europe and Hungary. Hungary has been dealing with this question for a long time, and we are happy to share our own experiences with you. And I would like to reinforce that the EU can only be strong and successful if it's made up of strong families. Thank you so much for being here, and thank you so much for your comments, and thank you so much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Madam Secretary of State, for your responses and your personal and kind presence in this session. With that, we came to the end of matters concerning demography. Now we'll have a long coffee break. We'll continue this session at 11:15 with the fourth session, European Security and Defense, starting with Esteban González Pons, Vice President of the European Parliament, and Péter Sztáray, State Secretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Trade. They will be our keynote speakers, so see you again at 11:15. Until then, have a good chat, enjoy your coffee in the corridors. Thank you.
Folytatjuk ülésünket.
We'll continue our session. Please take your seats. The last topic of the COSAC plenary session is EU defense and security policy. Since February 2022, Europe has been at war, united by the desire for peace after World War II and 1990. The war between Russia and Ukraine and the renewed conflict in the Middle East show that neither peace nor security can be taken for granted, and that there are always countries in Europe's neighborhood that want to resolve disputes by military means. Today's two speakers are Esteban González Pons, Vice President of the European Parliament, and Péter Sztáray, State Secretary at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Trade of Hungary, whom I'd like to very warmly welcome among us. First, I give the floor to Esteban González Pons, Vice President, and I'd like to ask him to come to the podium and deliver his address from there, please.
Good morning. Dear Mr. President, Secretary of State, State Secretary, I want to thank our host, the Hungarian Presidency, for welcoming us here today. Dear colleagues, we meet here in circumstances that are far from easy, both home and abroad. The values of democracy, freedom, and respect for international law, on which the European Union relies, are under threat. And the environment in which we move is becoming more and more unpredictable and unstable in terms of security and defense. So, when it comes to foreign policy and international relations, the European Union is neither an enemy nor a competitor to our states. On the contrary, the European Union is the necessary instrument to ensure that this new international bloc politics in this new international bloc politics, Europe is not once again trapped in the middle of a conflict led by others, be it from Washington, Moscow, Delhi, or Beijing. In other words, member states and EU have to assume that the world is not changing. The world has already changed. It is a giant chess game on which sooner rather than later we need to define what we want to be, the player, the pawn, or even worse, just the chessboard. To do so, the EU needs to make use of existing and new opportunities. They are. At the international level, it is vital to intensify cooperation with those countries which, like us, share essential values and principles such as the rule of law, democracy, and free markets. Strengthening our relationship with NATO should be one of the Union's top priorities in the face of growing challenges and threats. Since the beginning of the century, cooperation between EU and NATO has made it possible to provide greater security for citizens both in Europe and beyond. However, European defence needs to be given more strength, autonomy and capacity to complement NATO. A strong European defence means a robust pillar for NATO. This includes harmonized construction and acquisition processes, centralized procurement, and higher level of integration of our civic military structures. We are in a period of gigant geopolitics. We are dealing with countries that are characterized by large population, great economic power, and a unique military, diplomatic, and economic capacity to react. Meanwhile, the European Union, we are 27 different member states with 27 different foreign affairs policies, ranking from those with 83 million inhabitants to those that have around 500,000. Faced with this situation, we cannot afford to act separately. We need to cooperate with each other. The environment around us demands it. Unfortunately, we don't have to go far to find war. Here in Hungary, we only have to cross into the neighborhood country to be in it. Since the creation of the European Union, war seemed a thing of the past, almost distant. But everything has changed since Russia's unjustified and unprovoked invasion of Ukraine, a country that shares our values and yet from which more than 6 million Ukrainians, most of them refugees in Europe, have been forced to flee. Now, war is in our borders. And let me be clear, it is not only a direct attack on the principles of sovereignty, territorial integrity, and respect for international law that we share. It is also an attack on Ukraine's pro-European vocation, and with it on the European Union as a whole. We have to defend Ukraine as long as it takes. We need a common European defense strategy to provide a collective and coordinated response to threats that have taken a global dimension. We need to strengthen Europe's defense industry through investments in both innovation and research in order to be able to compete on a level playing field with other giant powers. And we need to move towards better coordination and integration of civic and military structures where possible, and to the extent that is possible. However, none of this can be done without a clear political will. That is why I'm delighted that for the first time in the history of the European Union, we will have a dedicated Commissioner for Defence. Dear colleagues, I would like to finish what I was saying a few minutes ago. If the world has changed, we have to change with it. That is why we need to invest more in defense. But by defense, I don't just mean tanks, soldiers, or weapons. Today, war can be invisible, and there are a host of new elements that threaten our security in hybrid ways. It can be the instrumentation of migrants on Europe's eastern borders, or the action of non-state actors, such as the Wagner, pushing migrants along the Sahel route, trying to collapse Europe's southern borders, like it is happening in the Canary Islands. It could be a computer attack on nuclear power plant. It could be a power blackout. It could be a failure of the electoral counting system. It could be the leak of hundreds of personal data of staff of governments or EU institutions. It could be artificially altering the price of certain raw materials, or even blocking the passage of some of the world's major trade routes. These are all real scenarios. Some have happened, some are happening, and some are about to happen. So, as well as making sure that we have the necessary military capabilities, we need to make sure that we are prepared to all kinds of eventualities. Preparedness, believe me, Preparedness will be one of the most important words in the political debate in the coming years. I commit myself today, as Vice President of the European Parliament, new elected, and here with you, to use all my potential to help this cooperation framework to come to the European Parliament, the voice of these national parliament committees, to arrive to the European Parliament, to be channeled to the European Parliament and to the European Union, so together national parliaments and European Parliament could form a common position on the most relevant issues about defence. I would like to end my speech with a message. Great crises bring great opportunities. The European Union is not at its best, and it would be unwise not to admit it. But this moment allows us to rethink our models and to be better prepared than before. We are facing an opportunity for change towards the future, and for this I'm convinced that all parliaments involved here will rise to the occasion to exchange ideas and to cooperate in the search for solutions. Thank you very much.
Köszönjük szépen alelnök úrnak, és most...
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President, and I'd like to ask State Secretary Stary to deliver his speech, to also come forward to the rostrum.
Speak in Hungarian, so please use your headphones. Elnök úr.
Esteemed Chair, thank you very much for the floor. I would like to most respectfully and cordially greet everybody here in Budapest in the magical building of the Hungarian National Assembly. All members of COSAC, my colleagues have informed me that you had a very interesting and oftentimes polemic discussion here in the House on current topical issues. I believe this is the forum where it is definitely worth reviewing certain issues and highlighting arguments behind or underpinning certain positions and hearing other opinions. In my contribution today, I wish to, first of all, discuss the overall general security policy situation. I'd like to talk about our position on the war in Ukraine and also about the CSDP, the Hungarian priority of CSDP, and of course, if there are any other issues that you raise that have relevance on these topics of security and defense, I will be happy to respond. So first of all, the geopolitical situation has changed dramatically. I mean, we all are sensing that. There's a multitude of challenges and threats that we are sensing. There is a war going on in our neighborhood. At the same time, in the Middle East, we are seeing an escalating military conflict around Israel. We can see climate change and illegal migration, the impact of these on our countries. Terrorism has appeared in the heart of Europe. So there is a range of threats and challenges that we have to be seeking responses to together, where we have to really pinpoint the common European interests to allocate resources for this and then to move and act jointly. What we need to do for this is to call things for what they are, because then we will be able to really find the effective tools against them. Oftentimes, our impression is that at different European Union fora, there is less and less possibility and less forum for open and frank discussions. And this is actually slowing the European Union and keeping member states from finding the appropriate solutions and finding the appropriate methods to actually face and manage these challenges and threats. Meanwhile, there is a major tectonic, epochal competition taking place, primarily between the United States and China, where Europe has to find her own place, where Europe has to find what her interests are, not completely Chinese or American, but something in between, a unique European interest. And this is something we have to work on. We have to make clear what this European interest is. It cannot be that we close all channels of communication and trade. We just simply have to find a solution that optimizes the interest, the assertion of interests of Europe. Discussing the Russian-Ukrainian conflict, I believe the basic stance is similar. Everybody agrees that Russia conducted an act of aggression against a neighboring country of Ukraine, and this goes against the rules of international law. There's complete understanding on this agreement. We also recognize the sovereignty and the territorial integrity of Ukraine. The question is, now that we are in the midst of this situation, what kind of a solution can we find to achieve peace again? And here again, the concepts are different, and this is worth discussing, the different positions. We believe we have come to the point where it has become quite clear that in this conflict we cannot expect a military solution. Therefore, we urge for larger countries to join and to convince the parties that they should indeed sit down, they should start to negotiate, because if this does not happen, in Ukraine, we are going to see the disappearance of a whole generation. The majority of the country is going to be demolished, and we do not see how Ukraine can come back again and recover as a healthy, strong country that is otherwise a potential EU member. So that's why we say we have to start negotiating as soon as possible. Hungary is not in a position to actually describe the end point for these negotiations. It would be overambitious from our part. But the Prime Minister, the Hungarian Foreign Minister, have been doing a lot behind the scenes to try and convince the major players on these issues. I do believe we have to wait for the outcome of the American elections, because that will have its impact. And then there needs to be a new impetus to stop this war and to somehow convince the parties that they need to set out on a path towards peace. In this situation, what is the most important thing for Hungary? For Hungary, what is the most important thing is NATO. Article 5 of the Washington Treaty needs to remain credible. Collective defense is our primary. If deterrence, Article 5, is credible, it means nobody is going to have any idea of attacking a NATO country or to challenge their sovereignty in any way. And it is for this reason we say that it is not good if NATO countries just hand over all their military surplus reserves, ammunition to a third party, to Ukraine in this case, because they are weakening their own defenses, and indirectly they are weakening the whole defense of NATO, collective defense. So if there is not enough manufacturing capacity to replace these depleted stocks, then we believe this is not a very purposeful procedure. 10 years ago at the Wales NATO summit, every NATO member promised that they will achieve in their defense expenditures 2% of the GDP. If you look at the figures, a lot of countries have progressed, but about 1/3 of NATO countries are far from the 2% GDP spending. And I believe that is a major problem. How is it that over 10 years we've not been able to actually create the conditions for this? I know that you are from the European Union, but it is important that the final guarantee for Europe's defense is NATO. All those non-NATO members in the EU find it important that there is such an allied umbrella that is protecting Europe. You do not need to join this organization, but it is for sure that without this organization, the security of Europe would be much weaker. So it is important that all those who are not NATO members, they should be able to strengthen their defense capabilities. because there are autonomous European interests in the field of security. When NATO as an organization is not interested in direct intervention, nor does the US wish to intervene. Let's say monitoring the Mediterranean Sea is definitely a European interest, but Europe needs capabilities for this. Well, if we don't spend enough on defense, we won't have the capabilities, we won't be able to protect ourselves based on our own interests. Hungary has achieved this 2% of the GDP during the past year, and there is also a 20% requirement on procurement and modernization. There we are at 50%. We are actually running an overall modernization of the Hungarian Defense Forces. 70% of all our procurements come from European manufacturers. So this is a political decision. This is a dedicated decision by Hungary to procure from European manufacturers, thereby to also develop the European defense industry. It is very important that NATO and EU should be able to cooperate. We know what the political problems are in this sense, but it would be very important if the capabilities of the two organizations would be used in an optimized way when we manage challenges and threats. And finally, I'd like to also underline the fact that in the past few years, if you look at decisions of NATO and the European Union, Hungary has carried out all positive reinforcing measures. If you look at the eastern flank reinforcement, we supported that. Are we participating in the Baltic air policing mission? Well, we've been there in 3 missions already. We're going back next year for the 4th time to Lithuania. And for weeks, it is going to be Hungarian military fighters who will be carrying out the air patrolling over the 3 Baltic countries. And this is not something without danger. You have actually 15-meter distance that Russian planes come close to us. So it is a political stance that we decide to go and assist the Baltic states. We have set up a multinational division command, and we have also established a multinational high readiness response battle group. We are financing the grunt of this, and this actually fits into the overall plans of NATO. Also in the European Union, we have adopted 14 packages, but we have adopted 14 sanction packages. We believe sanctions are working, but we were ready to do this to show unity. And also within the European Peace Facility, we have supported on several occasions that Ukraine should be getting support. These are the facts. These are the facts on which we have to base opinions. Second element, let me talk about European defense, and I'm trying to be short here. Of course, it's no coincidence that it's one of the priorities of the Hungarian presidency, because what I've described shows that Europe has to spend more on defense. And therefore, to this end, we have to strengthen the European technological industrial base of the European Union. We have to reinforce our crisis management capabilities, our reaction capabilities, and we have to equip our forces with appropriate tools. We have to improve the efficiency of our capability development. The cycles have become shorter. When a group of researchers start working on a development, a project, by the time it is actually introduced and then becomes obsolete, it is shorter period, and compared to the world, Europe is falling behind. So it's very important when it comes to technological development, we should be able to speed up the different cycles to actually be in competition and to gain advantage over other power centers. We have to improve our operative capabilities. It's important that we should stay on the Western Balkans. We are there. There is an EU mission there. Hungary has been contributing substantial forces there, and it's important that we remain there because for the stability of the region, these forces are needed there. And I should also mention the European Defence Agency, which is at the core, if you wish, of all European capability development and cooperation. We are strongly supportive of EDA. EDA is the engine for all this. We support the long-term review and the success that will lead to a new strategy which will map out for the next coming decade where the European Union wants to get with defense. And it is also important that this intergovernmental character remains, because we believe unity can prevail if there is an intergovernmental agreement and decision-making, because minority opinions are also legitimate and these need to be considered. That is how you can create strong unity, and that is then when you can create strong implementation of decisions after a political decision is made. We support all the defense industry-related decisions, ammunition manufacturing, joint manufacturing, the defense industrial strategy. I don't want to bore you with the alphabet soup of all kinds of acronyms. These are all very important for us to develop. And the famous strategic autonomy that we have never defined precisely what it means. We sense what it is, that it should be stronger in defense, that we should not depend on others, we should not be exposed to others, that we should have more room for movement, that we should be able to underpin our political decisions with defense capabilities. This is the interest of everybody, this irrespective of being NATO member or not. This is everybody's interest, and we want to work for this interest. And finally, Hungary's strategic objective is by 2030 to actually rebuild our defense industry. And this, again, is related to strategic autonomy. Does Europe have the necessary defense industrial production manufacturing capacities? The Ukraine war has proven that they are not there and that we need new ones. So there is a construction going on here. Our objective is to be self-reliant on equipment that we manufacture for ourselves, that we should be able to even send on export to others. And we are creating joint ventures. We are building factories in Hungary that all are going to be making the defense industry stronger, and that will strengthen European strategic autonomy. So all in all, and I conclude with this, I believe the European Union has done a lot since the entry of the force of the Lisbon Treaty in the area of CSDP, but there's still a long way to go before we are able to better manage all the challenges, all the threats that we are facing together. I would like to thank you all for your attention here, and I'd like to wish you all a very good time in Hungary outside of this plenary hall, and please come back next time to this fantastic country called Hungary. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Mr. Vice President and Mr. State Secretary, for your keynote speeches. And I'd like to say, so far we have had 42 requests for the floor. The time to speak continues to be 90 seconds, minute and a half. I'd like to ask you again to be considerate of this time limitation, and as has become usual, practice first the Troika members to take the floor. And again, first to speak, Mr. Vincent Blondel from the Belgian Senate delegation. Mr. Blondel, the floor is yours. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much, Mr. State Secretary. I was very interested to be listening to all speeches by representatives of the Hungarian government, and what I'm seeing is that voluntarist approach that Hungary is showing refers to a strong Europe. But when it comes to topics like in the area of defense or geostrategy, economic development, like we were discussing yesterday, or even in terms of protecting democracy and the protection of human rights, Hungary is always talking about a strong Europe. How can we achieve a strong Europe? In Belgium, it is often said, well, Belgium has almost 200 years of independent history, so we have a national slogan, which basically translated to English says that the strength lies in union. Union, c'est la force. However, in the challenges that have been mentioned, we can see that at a strategic level, in terms of the defense of Europe, in terms of strategic autonomy, the strength lies in unity. And I think this is what I would like to remark from this section today. I think this is the message that I will be taking home with me, that I will be articulating in my own national parliament back home. I think it is with this conviction that we will be joining through our national parliaments to this unity.
Lengyel szenátus.
Polish Senate delegation, Mr. Henryk Siedlaczek.
Szanowni Państwo, Polska jako jedna...
Ladies and gentlemen, Poland, one of the largest countries in Europe, plays a key role in security and defense policy. We need stronger coordination and cooperation, and this can contribute to the safety and security of every EU member. We are at the strategic limits. We are preparing to manage potential dangerous situations. We are strengthening, of course, at the same time, the safety and security of Europe. The Ukraine support, or the support to Ukraine, which has to do with the defense industry, of course, and the support that we give to them. In terms of the European security, we consider it important that there be a unity between the European Union and NATO. We continue to support Ukraine in terms of training, in terms of allowing the use of European assets. This is not only a response to the needs of Ukraine, but it is an investment into our own security. So in the very same way, from 2024 onwards, we have been participating in building capacities all the way until 2024 in the European Union. Thank you very much.
Madam Elena Donazan from the delegation of the European Parliament, please.
Investing in defense was more or less a choice. Today is a necessity. As a starting point, we also needed to emphasize how every military action today has tremendous consequences in various fields: energy, industry, food security, and economy. Therefore, we needed to stress that investments in defense are not just investment in producing or purchasing weapons. They are investment in safeguarding our economic system. From emergency response, we need to move to structural reinforcement of European defense. Building a European defense capability requires a robust European defense industry, capable of competing on the global stage and ready for any scenario Europe may face in the future. The discussions must focus on three key areas: reinforcing supply chain, strengthening the demand, and securing financing. On the supply side, we needed to reinforce the European defense technological and industrial base and to include small and medium-sized enterprises. In terms of financing, we need to exempt defense investment from the constraints of the Stability and Growth Pact. We have to simplify access to Europe grants by cutting red tape and bureaucracy for industry and small and medium enterprises. Finally, it will be a hybrid war. It could be, as Vice President say. So we have to be prepared better from before. Thank you.
And now we have member of the Hungarian host delegation, Hajnalka Juhász, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Honored colleagues, the ongoing and emerging conflicts on the continent and around the world clearly demonstrate that Europe needs to significantly improve its defense capabilities, international crisis management, responsiveness, and capacities. Beyond defense policy alliances and cooperation, the European Union must play a greater role in guaranteeing its own security by strengthening strengthening its resilience and capacity to act. Bearing this in mind, the Hungarian presidency places particular emphasis on strengthening the European defense technological and industrial base, including defense innovation and the enhancement of defense procurement cooperation between member states. Hungary is well aware of its responsibility in our common European defense architecture. Out of the 29 troops contributing nations in the NATO-led Kosovo mission, Hungary ranks the third in terms of military staff deployed. Hungary's defense expenditure stands at around 2.5% as a share of GDP. Since the beginning of the Russian aggression against Ukraine, we have provided shelter to thousands of Ukrainian refugees and helped with the rehabilitation of wounded soldiers. Given the persistent security threats in our neighborhood, along with the shortcomings of the EU in terms of deterrence and defense capabilities, we think that the European industrial and technological defense cooperation shall be elevated in order to face present and potential upcoming security challenges. Thank you very much indeed.
Most pedig az olasz szenátus delegáció vezetője következik.
And now head of the delegation of the Italian Senate, Giulio Terzi di Sant'Agata. Thank you very much, Mr. President. I agree with everything that has been said by the Vice President Sebastian Pons. Defense and security has become an increasingly focal question after the Russian regime attacked Ukraine. In the past 2 years, we woke up to the fact that these are preconditions to our democracy. There is no peace without deterrence, and there is no peace without well-balanced strategic and power conditions. Without that, diplomacy cannot work. The 2% per GDP spending is a guarantee for the existence of the EU. We need to understand that it's a basic requirement to invest into defense, and these funds must be exempt to the normal regulations. We need to cooperate in terms of funding of dual-use technologies and weapon systems. Well, ongoing attacks, indiscriminate attacks and hybrid attacks from the allies of Moscow and Moscow itself all prove this. In order to ensure international stability, we must go against those who ignore and destroy human rights. We cannot actually tolerate a situation whereby Europe regularly passes on its military expenditures to the US. We cannot defend ourselves against external threats, and we need to reinstate the balance in terms of what Europe gives to the expenditures or contributes to the expenditures, thus proving their commitment to the common cause. The next one is Konstantinos Efstatiu from the Cypriot delegation. Please, the floor is yours. Unfortunately, we cannot hear this. You need to actually pin the microphone to your jacket. Maybe a mobile microphone would be the right solution. So we restart the time, of course. Just 1 second. Okay. Unfortunately, we are not getting any translation. Okay. No. Okay. Thank you very much. It's a pleasure for me to speak in this beautiful room in front of you. We are living in a reality that has been saying for thousands of years that defense and security are intertwined with the power we have and the opportunities we possess. That's a statement that is still valid for Europe, because right now Europe is not capable of conducting the right foreign policy without the right means. When Turkey actually attacked the northern part of our country, or when Russia attacked Ukraine, or also in view of the Middle East crisis, we can see that the union formed by our states is not capable of taking action in its immediate neighborhood and ensure the defense and security that we are all seeking for. It's a necessity to be able to safeguard our autonomy and European sovereignty. This autonomy, therefore, although may cost a lot of money, is necessarily required for us and also for the European Union as a whole. We need to ensure this security and defense to make sure we are not dependent on other external powers, and also to make sure we have the right strength and power to be able to conduct independent politics. We have David Klobasa, head of delegation. Dear colleagues, the European security in defense matter is more important than ever in the past. Geopolitical changes and the threats such as cyber attacks and events taking place in the neighborhood are warning us that Europe needs a new defense strategy. Slovenia supports joint action in joint defense policy. In terms of cyber threats, we can see an increase in the number of threats. In 2022, in the European Union, there were more than 300 such attacks taking place, costing €5.5 million for the European Union. And for us to respond better, we need to invest more into cooperation and cyber defense. It's also very important to work closely together with our international allies, including NATO. It's only through joint partnership that we can ensure the security and independence of the European Union. And striving for a safer Europe is not only a job for the politicians, but it's in the interests of all of us. We have Bastian van Apeldoorn, head of delegation, as next.
Due to rising geopolitical tensions and the war waged by an imperialist Russia against what is now a candidate country, the loss of life on both sides in this war is truly staggering, and death and destruction tragically remains a daily reality in Ukraine. The terrible war should stop as soon as possible, but indeed, as is formulated in our draft contribution, it should be a just and lasting peace. When it comes to ending this war through negotiations and what should happen after this war, and this also applies, by the way, to other wars such as happening in the Middle East, international law and the UN Charter should be our lodestar. And there can also be no impunity for war crimes or for the crime of aggression. With insecurity facing us, there's arguably the need for more defense and security cooperation by the EU member states, especially given the existing fragmentation and inefficiency of European defense. But here I would like to raise two concerns. One is how we can balance the need for greater European defense and security cooperation with the fact that the majority of our populations do not support the creation of anything like a European army, and that also applies to the majority of the Dutch Senate. So how can we strengthen our defense but also maintain our sovereignty? And secondly and finally, how can we enhance our security without provoking a new international arms race that would again undermine our security? Thank you, Chair.
Dimitrios Kairidis urat illeti a szó, aki a
Dimitrios Karidis, heading the Greek delegation.
To speak in this session, I had in mind the importance of the topic of security, coming from a country, Greece, that together with Poland spends the most on defense, well above 3% of GDP. However, having read the international press as I was coming to our morning session, I was deeply troubled, saddened, I might say shocked. I was calm and moderate yesterday because I don't like hostile rhetoric, but I feel I have no choice than to raise the question that a precondition for a strong defense and security is our unity. But there is no unity when the Prime Minister of Hungary, Viktor Orban, the country that presides over the EU for this semester, decides to rush to Georgia in defense of the integrity, the questionable integrity, to say the least, of the elections there, against all other EU governments and EU Parliament. Let me remind you that the EU Parliament observer has declared the election fraudulent. There are many questions about the fairness and the integrity of this election and Russia's interference. But for Mr. Orban, all went well. If Mr. Orban meant it as an insult not to come and talk to us, preferring to go to Tbilisi, let me assure my Hungarian friends, as the head of the Greek delegation, he has succeeded. Thank you.
Most pedig az olasz.
And now we have the delegation from the House of Representatives of the Italian Parliament and the presenter of our second session, Alessandro Giglio Vigna, please. Thank you very much, Mr. President, honorable colleagues. As I was reading the work program this morning, I was actually convinced that this session will be about migration. And I believe that this is actually characteristic of our meeting. Depending on which country you are, every word has a different meaning. Every term has a different meaning. And as the original idea was to talk about migration, I like to talk a few words about the southern front in the Mediterranean Sea. There are criminal gangs, mafia, terrorism in that region. And we should definitely find the right solution through solidarity. Well, actually, in North Africa, people should be stopped from departing and returns should be made effective, hoping that sooner or later we'll come out of these actions in a positive way. Out of the countries facing the Mediterranean, we need to deprive criminal gangs from the possibility to put blood on their hands. Mirella Fortuna, head of the delegation from the Romanian House of Representatives. Thank you. Thank you very much, President. The new European security and defense challenges require long-term solutions. We need to act in line with and in supplementation of NATO measures. The medium and long-term development of the defense industry must be ensured with an evenly distributed defense and technology base stretching across Europe with the contribution of all national governments. We support the establishment of new production lines in Europe to make sure that the defense industry can satisfy European demands in the long run. The threat to Moldova includes destabilization attempts by Russia, and there are a number of challenges for which we consider it important that the EU continues to support the defense capabilities of Moldova and the boosting of its resilience. We support the acceptance of Moldova into the European defense program. It must be given a similar status to Ukraine. The supporting of of the two countries is of strategic importance in reinforcing the EU's general defense capability. This is our position. Thank you for your attention. Arminas Lideka from the Lithuanian delegation, as head of delegation, please.
Challenges we face today require us to pay far more attention to security and defense matters and to approach security with a much broader perspective that we had been familiar with. This past September, during our meeting in Vilnius, Lithuania, with colleagues from the European Affairs Committees of the Baltic states and the Polish parliaments, we had a very essential and important discussion on the issue of migration and energy security. We conclude that the changing realities demand a shift in how we view both migration and energy resources. We must access these issues from the perspective of security. It's our security. Colleagues, I would like to once again draw your attention to two documents made up at this Baltic and Polish meeting. First, the joint statement on the external border protection of the European Union. It's about external border protection against hybrid threats, such as instrumentalized migration. Second, the joint letter calling for the halt of LNG imports from Russia. Both of these documents directly relate to our collective security. Our colleagues from Czech Republic, Luxembourg, Italy, Cyprus, Finland, and Germany have already joined these documents, and more.
Representative member of the delegation from the Bundestag of Germany, Tobias Linkler, please. Köszönöm, elnök úr, kollégák.
The community, the planned next step, was a European defense community. The plans for a common European defense policy are as old as the European unification. In the last decades, the European Union has brought the continent the longest period of peace in history. No country needs to live in fear of being attacked by its EU neighbor anymore. National defense has taken on a completely new dimension. But we must not leave defense to others, but rather must combine our freed-up forces to face the new threat posed by Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine. Every EU member state has problems setting up its national budgets. Joint procurement can help us become more efficient and achieve far more with far less. We should not just count in money, but in skills. The key criteria are interoperability, joint research and development of new systems, cooperation on existing systems, NATO standards, common export rules, and the goal of 50% of defense spending within the EU by 2030. Defense is one of the core tasks of nations. It's not an exception, it's a basic obligation. Therefore, calling for special treatments in the stability criteria or new EU debt in this area would be inappropriate. Members of the national parliaments are gathered today. Joint procurement and the common defense union will not fail in Brussels. It is national sensitivities, maybe a lack of trust and the protection of domestic industry that stand in the way. When you leave Brussels today, when you leave Budapest today, campaign in your parliaments, campaign in your defense committees. Our security is threatened, but with joint forces, we can protect our people more powerfully and efficiently.
Thank you very much. I can see those eyes looking at me. Please do believe me, I am not taking away the microphone from you. After, 90 seconds, I give you a signal, and then the voice is taken away automatically, so please don't be upset with me personally. We'll have Peter Tali next, head of the Estonian delegation, please.
Colleagues, Due to the Russian war in Ukraine and economic situation caused by the same Russian war against Ukraine, Estonia deems it necessary to rapidly enhance Europe's defense readiness. To achieve this, additional EU funding sources should be analyzed with goal of making at least 100 billion euros available before the start of new EU long-term budget period in 2029. As one possible solution, we support the issuance of EU defense bonds in solidarity to quickly reduce Europe's strategic defense deficits. Estonia supports strengthening the EU common defense readiness through joint procurement and increasing the production capacity of defense industry. The technological and industrial base of Europe's defense sector must be reinforced. For Estonia, it is important to increase defense funding, as a quick option to do so would be use of defense bond, and 2% of GDP, it's no longer enough, and discussing a higher defense spending target are necessary, up to
Swedish head of the Swedish delegation, Erik Ottosson. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I'd like to start by saying that I'd like to express my agreement with the Greek colleague on what he said, and that I agree with his position. Of course, we also have to deal with the preconditions that are required for us all to increase our manufacturing, defense manufacturing capabilities, because that is the prerequisite for having joint defense. But of course, the EU has other important tasks, and one also has to be mindful of this. What is it that we want to protect? It is democracy, it is the freedom of speech, the media, freedom of media, the rule of law, and so many other important values, because it is precisely this is at the core of what defense and war, or fighting against the war, is. Things that we manufacture should eventually be used, and it would be very good if those that are on the front are able to use these weapons. We have to overcome polarization, which is so dangerous because it endangers unity in our societies and in our democracies, and the European Union stands to play an important, decisive role. We can manufacture all the weapons in the world. We never use them even if we don't use them to defend the world, and this kind of weapons manufacturing is not useful.
Thank you, Chair. Military complex illegitimate power exists and will persist. These are the words of the President Eisenhower, not mine, dear colleagues. 1961 farewell address. He proved to be right. The European Union has avoided this trap by now, but we don't learn from the mistakes of the others. Defense doesn't mean starting a new armament race and waging wars. It is about how to preserve peace. It is useless to invest a part of our small European budget in military industry without a few conditions: strategic autonomy, a common foreign policy to have the same direction of peace, our main common value, global armed control treaties preventing further escalation of war, as we had in the past, and building interoperability of the existing military equipment. 23 member states have been already members of a military alliance which has mainly the army and equipment of its member states. Instead of unifying Europe through defense, We face a danger of dividing the member states' domestic defense policy, doubling it, discriminating against, giving up diplomacy, breaching those 3 Ds of our European common defense principles, written down in the treaties. Thank you.
Most pedig az osztrák nemzeti tanács.
Austrian Federal Council, Dagmar Belakovic.
Parancsoljon.
Dank, Herr Präsident. Ja, wir wissen.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. We all know that geopolitical conflicts, of course, pose bigger and bigger challenges for the European Union in recent times. So the fragmented international system also is causing this. The world is changing, but there are new institutional questions that arise. And what we have here at question is, how are we able to actually strengthen Europe at the global level? How are we able to react to the changed circumstances? Austria supports the cooperation in defense and foreign policy. We are a neutral country, and in this sense, we have achieved historic achievements. We support peace, and we support everything that can bring peace in Ukraine. However, in this new system of geopolitical conditions, it is not only military transformation that we require. We need efficient energy policy, not to mention social considerations. Social consideration means that we have to ensure security within our countries, and this can be a rather lengthy process before the European Union is able to fend for herself in the field of defense, and qualified majority decisions in this sense also stand to play a role, although it is very difficult to understand just because we protract a process it's going to be sustainable. In fighting against illegal migration, protecting external borders is also important, not to mention a more efficient returns policy. Thomas Hacker, German Bundestag. Mr. Hacker.
Sehr geehrter Herr Vorsitzender, sehr geehrter Herr Staatssekretär.
Distinguished Chair, distinguished State Secretary, we might be of different opinions on the previous debate, yesterday's debate. I think there were debates here when several representatives of delegations, freely elected representatives, articulated freely their opinion. The chair has the right to have a different opinion. In case of a war, you have to decide. Germany and the majority of the European countries that have decided that they will fight on the side of Ukraine, they will support Ukraine until she is able to regain her own territorial integrity. I think it was a good tradition during COSAC sessions that we not only talk about Ukraine, but that we also invite the Rada's, the Ukrainian Parliament's EU Affairs Committee. So I'd like to ask, and I'd like to call on you not to limit the time allocated for the Ukrainian delegations to 90 seconds, that to allow them to give us a more intricate and detailed description of the Ukrainian situation. We have to make decisions together, and if we make these decisions together against the enemies of peace and democracy, and here precisely in Hungary in 1956, they should know this outside. Lucia Tacer from the Slovenian delegation.
In our neighborhood, and that is a very scary fact that we are living in. I believe it is our duty as parliamentarians to bring the war in Ukraine topic back onto the forefront in our parliaments, among our people, and that is also why I find great value in our discussion today, and especially the presence of our Ukrainian colleagues that have brought valuable insight. Slovenia has been very clear about who is the aggressor in this war and what our position is with our continuous help. And we have been bringing this issue to the forefront also in the international arena, where we have been serving as a non-permanent member of the Security Council. In September, we were chairing the Security Council, and We brought the topic on the table many times, especially at the high-level briefing on the situation in Ukraine, where Europe stood united in condemning Russia's aggression. Here I must say that it is necessary for us in the Union to provide space for discussions on how to improve the effectiveness of sanctions, on how to strengthen cybersecurity, as my colleague David Klobasa pointed out. However, once the optimal option is chosen, we must stand united, and I echo several colleagues who have said that before me. We don't have space for solo acts. We must stand united in the world if we want to be strong. Thank you.
Didier Marie, Senator from France.
Chers collègues, la guerre d'agression.
Dear colleagues, the aggressive war of Russia has completely changed the European security situation. We have to be concerned when Russia is cooperating with Iran, when we see that Russia is cooperating with China, when they are deploying North Korean troops. So Europe has to really reconsider her own software to upgrade the software. So France is firmly committed to supporting Ukraine and the Ukrainian defense forces as long as it takes. At the end of 2023, the President of the Commission said that the European Union was a security project, and that we also require a European defense union. We are also witnessing the prospective appointment of a new separate commissioner for this. And we believe, also would like to convey the message that Europe could do much more to assist all those who are in need of our assistance. But for that, we need to strengthen the European defense industry, and I'd like to underline here that a few days from now, the American presidential election and its outcome will have a great bearing on the European situation. So we need to be able to stand for our own defense, to strengthen the European defense industry, and this is the interest of NATO as well. Vicente Montalves Aguillon from Spain.
Delegációjának a tagja. Megadom a szót, parancsoljon.
Gracias, presidente. Colegas, la seguridad y la defensa.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In light of the concerning situation, we have seen that Europe has to be unified and efficient in these managing these outside challenges. The member states should cooperate to strengthen their defense capabilities and to eliminate fragmentation of the defense industry. And we should create a demand in order to develop our defense industry and to react to security challenges. The military assistance to Ukraine is not only a moral obligation, but it also serves to protect our own security. We have seen that low responses have serious consequences. We have to be firm, we have to be fast, expedient, and to provide the possibilities for Ukraine to live up to the challenges they face. The future depends on us being able to work together in collaboration, in innovation for a better environment. It is only with shared defense that we can provide a stable environment for the future generation to strengthen the European Union as a guarantor of global peace and security. Thank you.
Most pedig
Liliana Reis from Portugal.
Delegációjának a tagja, parancsoljon.
Dear Chair, dear colleagues, European defense has always healed after understanding our weakness, first in Balkans and now in Ukraine. At this point, I think all of us here already realize that the strategic autonomy of the European Union cannot be acquired just by writing down narratives in strategic documents. It can be achieved by developing and acquiring military capabilities. The Hungarian presidency focuses its attention on strengthening the European defense technological and industrial base. which combines the best research produced by our universities and our industrial sector. This paradigm shift is important, but it's not enough. It is urgent to reinforce the Instrument Peace Facility and the European Defence Fund, as well PESCO projects, because the threats we have at our doors do not wait for the readjustment of our production and technological sector. Ukraine needs help yesterday, and yesterday was too late for those who died for us, for our freedom. But what is truly remarkable is that some of us understand the advantages of defense supranationalism when it comes to benefiting from community instruments, but don't understand the benefits for helping others. European defense must be understood to defend us against our common enemies, not protect just one of us.
Greek Parliament delegation, Irini Dourou.
Κύριε Πρόεδρε, κύριε Υπουργέ Εξωτερικών, κυρίες και κύριοι συνάδελφοι, έχουμε δύο εστίες πολέμου.
Distinguished Chair, dear colleagues, we can see the war in Ukraine and also in the Middle East, but there are numerous other situations threatening with this, for example, in the Sahel region. BRICS and other international formations, their relationship and their attitude to this issue is problematic. We can see the approaching elections in the US, but we are not autonomous against vis-à-vis NATO. We do not have a strong common security and defense policy, so we continue to have to rely on the Americans' strategic priorities. We cannot allow ourselves, we are not able to actually initiate any peace initiatives. We are not able to come up and formulate proposals which talk about an appropriate exit strategy for the war, either in Ukraine or in the Middle East. So, practically speaking, we are talking about hands-on solidarity, practical solidarity, and this does not mean that we need to keep silent about the threats of Hezbollah against Cyprus, or that when President Erdogan actually is talking and is asking that a non-existent state be recognized at the level of the UN, it is unacceptable that our German partners are willing to send fighter planes to Turkey, to a country that is threatening two member states, Greece and Cyprus. Matilda Ernkrans from Sweden.
Mr. Chair, colleagues, first I would like to say thank you for a well-organized COSAC meeting. Having said that, I represent the Social Democratic Party in Sweden, the biggest party, though in opposition, but even so a party with increased support in the latest general elections and in the EU elections. Actually, Sweden, the voters were very clear in the EU elections. They want the safety to belong to an EU which is strong on democratic values and rule of law, an EU which supports Ukraine to win the war, an EU which fights climate change, an EU which focuses on security for everyone, an EU which creates new jobs and growth, an EU which keeps the far right out of power. This is what the Swedish voters voted for in the EU elections. Actually, the far-right party in Sweden, which forms the support for the EPP Swedish government, this far-right party in Sweden, they got their worst election results ever. Might be good to know. I think it's obvious that the biggest security threat right now in Europe is Russia's full-scale invasion in Ukraine, and Prime Minister Orban repeatedly undermines EU position, now once again in Georgia.
So I wonder, when will the EPP leaders, as my own in Sweden, act against it? It's obvious that Orban himself has disqualified Hungary from the EU presidency, and EU needs to act against countries who doesn't live up to rule of law and EU positions. So what will it take for the EPP leaders to stop running in the leash of the far-right populist leaders who threaten our...
Mikko Polvinen from the Finnish Parliament.
Parancsoljon, képviselő úr.
Arvoisa puheenjohtaja, kollegat, sota
Distinguished audience, the war in Ukraine is continuing. This is a joint threat for all of us. We are facing an unpredictable neighbor, so we have to stand united behind Ukraine. This protracted war is going on because we are unable to send enough weapons for Ukraine. We have to be much more efficient. We have to be much more efficient in terms of our investments into the future, and to be able to show a credible policy even if the war protracts longer. We have to be more efficient in our assistance to Ukraine. We have to be more efficient than Russia is in waging the war, because Europe stands by peace. I come from Finland, and in addition, moreover, I come from a constituency which is close to the Finnish-Russian border. This region is very much suffering because of the protracted war, and because of a reduced sense of security there. It is also important that these areas remain populated, because otherwise even the most important security conditions will not be met. So it is important that development of these regions be also a focus.
Maria Sánchez García úr következik a spanyol törvényhozás delegációjából. Parancsoljon, képviselő. Elnézést, a mikrofont kérném, hogy egy mobil mikrofonnal helyettesítsük. Egy kis türelmet kérek.
Okay, there was a mix-up on the channels. We are good now.
Creo que todos partimos del hecho de que Ucrania.
I believe everybody agrees that Ukraine is the victim of an aggression by Russia, and this is a transgression of international law, and nobody doubts this. This is a fact. The fact is that this war has been going on for more than 2.5 years, but it's important that we remain realists when we think about this war, and the only realistic approach that I heard today during the course of the discussion was the contribution by the Hungarian State Secretary in his keynote speech. We have to end this war with an agreement that requires negotiations, and it's very important that both warring parties sit at the table and the two warring parties agree at the table. This is, of course, predominantly Ukraine that is suffering from this war, that is being demolished, that is suffering from the huge human loss that the Ukrainians are suffering from. Prime Minister Orban's visits and the policy that he follows he didn't only visit Russia. He visited Zelensky in Kiev. Nobody mentioned that. He went to Kiev and he discussed with Zelensky, and it's important that we also remember this. If we want to be realists, we also have to understand that the Russian president will not himself allow this absurdly launched war to be ending with his defeat. If Trump wins the American elections, and this is where the microphone was turned off.
mobil mikrofonért.
Next to speak, Mr. Pedro Correa from the Portuguese Parliament delegation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, distinguished colleagues. The change in the balance of military power in Europe resulting from the current war scenario, with the Russian aggression in Ukraine, with the return of the so-called reheated Cold War, as also the Middle East conflict, with the extension of the axis of evil to Iran and its proxies attacking Israel, represents a serious regional threat, can serve as an opportunity to review the CSDP, the Common Security and Defence Policy. By increasing investment in national defence, fulfilling the budgetary targets resulting from the agreements with NATO and the EU, a sign of the commitment of all states with the purpose of common security. By revitalizing the defence industries, promoting cutting-edge technology in this area, particularly new improvements in aerospatial and cybernetics, as also in artificial intelligence projects adapted to security and defence solutions. By making European defence capability in development initiatives more attractive in order to boost interaction between industry, the academia, research centres and the armed forces. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Wolfgang Gerstl from the delegation of the National Council of Austria. Thank you very much for the opportunity. We are right in the midst of a transition. We are going from a two-pole world to a multi-pole world. However, we must look at the changes holistically. Positions of power are also reinforced by digitalization, and these ever-strengthening processes are also coupled with military action. So by 2049, China wants to become the #1 world power in the world, and for that, China is conducting a significant military enhancement process. And following the elections in the US, our foreign relations must be reassessed. It's quite likely that China is more on the mind of the US than Europe. Over the past few years, the European Union took a number of measures, and as the Secretary of State mentioned, there are a number of abbreviations that we cannot list anymore. Nevertheless, Europe must be able to deter a war without external help, and for that, European countries need to increase their defense spending. And as the aggression of Russia against Ukraine has proven that we are not able to satisfy the demands of Ukraine in terms of equipment and ammunition, and therefore we need to invest in our social resilience. Vladimir Zelinsky, a member of the House of Representatives from the Czech Republic. Honorable ladies and gentlemen, history teaches us that future risks are normally different from what we had in the past and what we have now. And therefore, society doesn't really accepts this. I'd like to talk about some risks that can impact our society, like a low-intensity nuclear war in our region, with a nuclear attack affecting our territory, or the deployment of biological weapons or a small-range pandemic, or threatening electricity supply via electromagnetic fields, or the control of uncontrolled migration from North Africa, from a continent where the size of the population is still growing. Or I could mention the abuse of artificial intelligence, cyber attacks, and the switching off of computer hubs, etc., etc. So if you want to survive in this world, you need to foresee future threats and the best prepare for their resolution. Madam Zdravka Bušić from the Croatian delegation of Sabor.
We are faced with Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine, which has caused internal security concerns and migratory pressures within the European Union. Unfortunately, security situation is deteriorating day by day, and engagements of various paramilitary actors within the framework of Russia's aggression on Ukraine and daily escalation of conflict in the Middle East leads to more radical narrative which have direct influence on radicalization of individuals and groups within the European Union. Therefore, it's not surprising that there is a growing number of individuals and groups with tendency towards radical ideologies. Moreover, it is much more dangerous when they are carried out in practice, which unfortunately some of our member states were not spared from. We should not underestimate the fact that such tragic events, and I would say incidents, may trigger violent reactions of other groups in our societies, especially towards migrants who are present in large numbers in the European Union. Such atmosphere could turn to spiral violence with dire consequences for our societies. Thank you.
Most pedig a szerb nemzetgyűlés alelnökének.
And now we have the deputy speaker of the Serbian delegation, Madam Elvira Kovac. Please, the floor is yours. Thank you very much for the floor.
In accordance with obligations arising from the negotiation chapter 31, Serbia achieves a high level of cooperation with EU institutions and member states within the framework of the common security and defense policy. Through its active involvement as a reliable and loyal partner, we contribute to global peace and security. Serbia is taking all the necessary measures under Chapter 31. These notably refer to political consultations, establishment of a framework for civilian participation in crisis management missions, significant military contribution to multinational missions and operations, preparations for and participation in most important international control arrangements. The current armed conflicts on the European soil in Ukraine, due to the increasingly open clash between big powers, directly or reflects on the security of other countries. Additional challenges facing the European security are the crisis hotspots in the near vicinity, which increase the threat of terrorism and uncontrolled migration. Such circumstances require further progress in harmonizing European countries' relations and interests. People in Serbia, especially we in Vojvodina, are vitally interested in legitimate and effective migration management policies. Since the 2015 migration crisis, over 1.5 million refugees and migrants have passed through Serbia. Thank you.
Köszönöm szépen. Most pedig Ivan Vukovic úr következik, bizottsági elnök úr.
And now we have Ivan Vukovic, President of the committee, head of the Montenegrin delegation. Thank you.
Mind when European security and defense is mentioned. Is it transatlantic relations, EU strategic autonomy, mutual defense and solidarity clauses of the Lisbon Treaty, permanent structured cooperation, the so-called sleeping beauty of EU defense, or simply Russia, Ukraine, maybe Donald Trump? Whatever it is, I'm guessing that the Western Balkans is not among the associations. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is not good. For more than a decade now, our region has been exposed to the Russian-sponsored malign foreign policy influence. It comes in different forms: political, financial, religious, security, media. It aims at preventing European and NATO integration of the Western Balkan countries. It taps into the never-defeated post-Yugoslav nationalisms. It counts on the frozen conflicts across the region. As a result, the Western Balkans has become a battleground of ideas, whereby European integration, unfortunately, is no longer the only game in town. Encouraged by the renewed enlargement enthusiasm of our EU partners, which, again, unfortunately, took no less than a barbaric invasion on an independent European state, we ask you to not only continue supporting our EU integration, but to double it down so that our region is integrated fully and lastingly into the European sphere of influence. Otherwise, sooner than later, the EU might have to deal with another security issue in its backyard. Thank you very much.
Most pedig az ukrán parlament delegációjának a vezetőjét illeti a szó.
And now the floor goes to the head of the Ukrainian delegation, Ivana Klimpus-Tsindzadze.
Actions of support, but let's not deceive ourselves. The war, it's not a Ukraine-Russia war. It is not a land or territorial dispute. This is the war about changing the international order. This is the war about substituting rule of right by the rule of might. This is about depriving nations of their sovereign choices for their future. And militarily, this war is being fought on our territory, but in hybrid forms, it's ongoing already across European continent as well. So this means that it presents the huge challenge to the European security, and Europe is capable of backing Ukraine's effort to win this war. But first and foremost, you have to take the political decision that Russia has to be defeated in this war. You do have the capacity. You do have the capacity to invest in your defense spending, to invest in our military production, to actually give Ukraine all the military instruments in order to change the military tide in this war. And I'm sure that all together we can bring the international order back into force across the world, not only in Europe. Escalation management policy, hesitation, self-deception, shutting eyes for the reality, calling on negotiations with monstrous war criminal when he does not change its intentions. I think all of this is only leading to weaker European security. European security can be managed and can be protected only by courage, by action, by investment in your defense production, and by basing all of your actions on the values that have helped you to be secure, prosperous till now. Thank you.
Mr. Etienne Jafai from the Parliament of Albania, member of the delegation, please.
Again, we always must remember that the war in Ukraine did not start 2.5 years ago. It started a long time before that, with interventions, with cyber attacks, with all the hybrid possible tools of war that we are now seeing again on the ground, but we're also seeing them at large in the Middle East, where war is being waged by proxies. And as such, as my esteemed colleague from Montenegro mentioned, of course, it's very important to see that this idea of opening a second front in the Balkans has long been there from Russia. And it continues to be so even today, as each of our countries is faced day to day with a wide war, from social media to disinformation through mainstream media, from interventions by international agents, and of course, by the hybrid threats. As Albania itself experienced over 3 years ago and continues to experience today through the attack, the cyber attack that we underwent by Iran, which is still there. For smaller countries like the countries in the Western Balkans, it's not always very easy to face up and to shore up our defenses to face up with these attacks. So it is of the utmost importance that we have this collective defense pact, but most of all on the side of the data, because we stand much more exposed because we are much less likely to notice threats in that directions. Thank you.
Most pedig Aysu.
And now we have Aysu Bankoglu, Madam Aysu Bankoglu, member of the delegation from the Turkish Parliament.
The 101st anniversary of the founding of Republic of Turkey. Our republic endures guided by the timeless words and philosophy of our great leader, Mustafa Kemal Atatürk, peace at home, peace in the world. As we are all aware, a new era has emerged in recent years, reshaping the global and European landscape. The security environment has become increasingly contested with Russia's invasion of Ukraine, the rise of terrorism, and the deepening refugee crisis. These challenges highlight the geopolitical and strategic importance of European Union's enlargement process. Turkey's critical role for the EU has once again come to the forefront due to its unique geographical position and historical significance. As a NATO member and an EU candidate country, we are committed to defending peace and stability. We have been actively engaged in diplomatic efforts to de-escalate tensions in Ukraine. We are all closely following the ongoing war in Gaza, and we all agree that nothing can justify the continuous bombardment of Gaza. A ceasefire must be achieved immediately, and the war must end without delay. What is needed in the region is not a temporary halt, but an immediate and lasting ceasefire, one that will end the violence rooted in two-state solution. By working together and taking greater responsibility, we can secure a safer future for all Europeans. And I also need to emphasize, the Cyprus problem is not an issue of invasion or occupation. It was an intervention to prevent an armed ethnic cleansing campaign against the Turkish Cypriots. Thank you.
Az Észak-Macedón Parlament delegációjának a tagja következik.
A member of the delegation from the North Macedonian Parliament, Mr. Mile Levkov. Please, the floor is yours.
Security and enlargement are the two sides of the same coin. By expanding the EU together, we can create a strong network that allows for more effective responses to security threats, because security threats, whatever they are, hybrid, real or cyber, they don't just stop at borders by themselves. In supporting Ukraine on their path to EU membership, EU sends a powerful message of solidarity. And by supporting the integration of the countries in the Balkans, EU is adding advance in Europe's security network. I must highlight the essential role my country plays in strengthening European security and defense. In the Western Balkans, we serve as a stabilizing force and have set an example of a region historically prone to ethnic tensions and political instability. We have proved our role as a reliable partner on the southern flank of Europe, and we've been a crucial partner in managing migration. Located along key migration routes and working closely with European borders agencies, our institutions played a frontline role in regulating migration flows. By helping managing those flows, we are contributing to reduce irregular migration, human trafficking, and other transnational threats, which have a direct impact on the security of the EU, contributing directly to Europe's internal security. Each new member brings invaluable resources to the tables. The security of one country is the security of all Europe. Thank you.
Fiola Uikali, Madame Fiona Uikali from the Parliament of Kosovo, a member of the delegation, please.
Chair, esteemed colleagues, as we discuss the urgent issues surrounding European security, I wish to underscore that Kosovo is not only a steadfast advocate of peace and democracy, but also a natural ally to NATO and the Western Alliance. Kosovo has shown this commitment by aligning fully with EU and NATO policies, standing firmly in solidarity with Ukraine amidst Russian aggression. We have imposed sanctions against Russia and opened our doors to Ukrainian refugees, reflecting our dedication to shared European values. The recent terrorist attack in Banjska from Serb state-backed terrorists, which left a Kosovo police officer killed, underscores the need for a united and vigilant approach to European security. Kosovo, like many countries in the Western Balkans, faces hybrid threats from Russia and its proxy Serbia, which seek to destabilize our progress and our commitment to peace in the region. To protect and defend the stability of Europe, I urge us to strengthen our cooperative security mechanism and to prioritize the integration of Kosovo and the Western Balkans in our shared European defense framework. This is essential for building a resilient Europe that can stand strong against visible and hybrid threats alike. Thank you.
Köszönjük szépen. Most pedig az örmény törvény.
Thank you very much. Now we have a member of the Armenian delegation, Madame Mary Gaistian. Tisztelt elnök úr, kedves kollégák! Az európai védelmi és biztonsági téma kapcsán szeretnék néhány szót mondani önöknek a helyi biztonsági helyzetről és arról, hogy a dél-kaukázusi régióban milyen lépéseket tettünk a stabilitás.
Was signed. This was a result of a bilateral and direct dialogue between two countries, a process which might be considered merely unrealistic after the war of 2020. The regulation was officially ratified domestically by both states. Peace agreement between our countries is also within our primary focus. We have reached consensus on key points, and final efforts from both states, as well as strong and tangible support from our international colleagues, would be essential for the final adoption of the agreement. Peace and stability between our countries is the only guarantee of the peace and stability in our region. The outcome of this process is common good and will be utterly beneficial for players beyond the region. Crossroads of Peace, a project proposed by the Armenian government, would be another milestone in manifestation of that vision. We offer opening all transportation routes and infrastructures under the sovereignty and jurisdiction of each country, excluding any logic of extraterritoriality. These routes will serve as conduits for cultivating economic, political, and cultural ties between the countries involved, thus advancing long-term peace and stability in the South Caucasus. Thank you.
Köszönjük szépen végül, de nem utolsó sorban.
Last but not least, Ilir Hassani from the Northern Macedonian Parliamentary Delegation. The floor is yours. Köszönöm szépen.
Security and defense policies should be supported more from the EU. Through political backing to stabilize the region, promoting dialogue and fostering good neighborhood relations, and through financial aid for defense modernization and capacity building through interoperability with NATO forces. On crisis management, conflict prevention, cybersecurity, IT protection of critical infrastructure, as our colleague from Albania mentioned. We are offering, and we are actually developing with US support, the Krivolak training area with its unique regional capacity with size of 250 square kilometers for EU country use, and Corridor 8 that connects our country with Albania and Bulgaria, and it is very important for EU and NATO, and actually is being built. And the most important thing why North Macedonia should be supported more from the EU on its integration process is because in some Western countries, Balkan countries, Russia has supported nationalist parties that oppose EU integration and promote pro-Russian sentiments. Russian influence has been characterized by a range of strategies aimed at destabilization, often leveraging historical ties, ethnic divisions, and economic leverage. Russian propaganda and disinformation through dissemination of narratives that exacerbate ethnic tensions and promote skepticism through Western institutions, often framing the EU, US, and NATO as threats. That's why also the EU should support North Macedonia's security and EU integration aspiration while fostering regional stability and cooperation. Thank you.
Köszönjük szépen ezzel a
Thank you very much. That marks the end of all the contributions. I'd like to thank all the members, participants for their activity, for the very valuable insights they have given us. In my script here, I have the duty to give the floor to Vice President Pons. He, however, had to leave. I wanted to provide a possibility for somebody from the European Parliament to respond, but they declined. So now I look to the Hungarian State Secretary Starai, to come forward and to provide a response to any of the questions that might have been posed to him. Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And I know it's not the most popular thing to actually speak before lunch. So many valuable contributions have been heard. I want to react to a few of them. First and foremost, I really consider it a welcome fact that European defense enjoys such a widespread support in this room. This is the cause that is so important for all of us. And for me, when I listen to these contributions, I think everybody is well aware of the significance of why we need more European defense capability, why we need to be able to apply these. It was raised that we should not be exposed at the mercy of the United States of America. At this moment and for the foreseeable future, the reality is that Europe will not be able to provide, to show credible deterrence against any type of threat coming from whatever direction. For this, we need the United States of America, which currently is representing about 40% of all the defense expenditure in the world. So Europe needs America, but Europe has to do more for autonomy in this field, and it is this consensual wording that seems to have transpired here, and I'm happy that there is an understanding on such a fundamental issue. Several people have raised the best options for supporting Ukraine. I believe everybody is supporting Ukraine in a many different kinds of ways, but it is the sovereign decision of each country to decide how they do that. Therefore, every kind of opinion is legitimate. However, one is fundamental in this, and Hungary will continue to stand by this. NATO and the European Union cannot be involved directly in this conflict because that carries with it a huge threat of escalation. Let's remain cautious. Let's remain cool-headed, although we are seeing some efforts to go in the other direction. Hungary will not support the EU or NATO becoming a part of this conflict because this would lead to a global conflict. Unfortunately, this is the situation. We are rooting for Ukraine. We would like if Ukraine could come out of this conflict well, but it is not our interest to develop a global scale conflict because of this. We have to be very clear about this. We have to prevent escalation. We have to prevent irresponsible unilateral steps. There are efforts to this direction. Certain NATO countries would take this. That would then go on to involve all the other NATO countries, and I think we would be faced with a rather complex problem. Many people talked about unity. I agree. Unity in diversity. Unity in diversity, that's the basic stance, but that means you have to take into account the minority opinions. You have to listen to others who have a different opinion. One example, Hungary has been saying for 10 years that the way to manage migration is not to allow everybody into Europe. No, it is to defend our external borders, to decide outside of the borders who is allowed to receive refugee status, and to take assistance and help to where the problem is, and not to import the problem into the heart of Europe. We've been saying that for 10 years, and everybody was saying Hungary is not right. What am I seeing now? European mainstream is now almost coinciding with what Hungary has been saying for 10 years. So it is worth sometimes listening to the minority opinions because they can be legitimate. And that's why you need to be cool-headed about this, because that is how you can ultimately come to good solutions. I do not think that unnecessary passions can be conducive to us finding true solutions to problems. If you talk about the Hungarian Prime Minister traveling to Georgia, it's his sovereign right. He's not going there as a presidency of the EU. His position that the right policy is not to criticize, to sanction, to discriminate, to actually basically teach Georgia a lesson. The right policy is to involve them. And you have to be familiar with the Caucasian situation. You have to be familiar what stands behind their decisions and then to condemn them if you want. But it is important that we preserve Georgia as a partner. They are a very important partner from a security point of view in the Caucasian. It's easy to say this is not good, but I think it's better to actually give it some thought further. And the same is true for the peace mission of the Hungarian Prime Minister. Somebody finally called the attention to the fact that we have to do something for peace. It is not just enough to send a limited amount of weapons to Ukraine. It's time to talk, because without negotiations there will not be peace. That's the end of the story. And what I'm hearing, the German Chancellor and others here and there have started to mention certain things, that this might be necessary, that there will come the point when this will be necessary, this will become inevitable. So we have to deal with this. Migration, we've discussed this. We have been for 10 years now working to come to a joint, shared, realistic opinion in Europe. We are still hopeful that this is possible. There is a kind of an awakening that we are seeing. Western Europe is basically can declare a full house now. For more people to cross illegal borders, this is something we should not allow and we should do against. We need the Commission, we need financing, we need all those who are outside of the Schengen border. They need to be supported out, because we have been defending Europe for 10 years in Hungary by building a fence and have stopped about 1 million people from entering so far, because there is a fence there and there are Hungarian border guards there, and these people did not want to come to Hungary. They wanted to go to Western Europe, they wanted to go to Scandinavia, and they wanted to stay there if we wouldn't have stopped them. So we need solidarity here. We need to come together on this. I think somebody, perhaps Estonia, talked about the 2% defense spending, that it's not enough. I think the first step would be for everybody to first achieve 2%. You know, if 10 countries do not achieve 2%, there is some problem there. So it is at least 2% that should be achieved by everybody. We would be much stronger than we were if a few countries achieved 4%. We highly appreciate Poland and all the others who have gone beyond the 2%. It is a very serious achievement. But I think the first thing we should be doing is for everybody to achieve 2% of the GDP. EU enlargement, it's been discussed by many people, of course, Western Balkans countries. Yes, we've been saying for 20 years that we need a geopolitical approach. Countries of the Western Balkans should be admitted to the European Union as soon as possible, not because this is good for them, it's in their interest. No, it is because it is also in our interest in the European Union to expand, to enlarge the internal market, the zone of stability and security, and to basically eliminate a security risk along the southern borders of Europe. What has happened instead? For 20 years we've been unable to receive these countries. We've created a vacuum in our backyard, and others are filling our place, that vacuum. And it is a not rational approach, when in fact we should be needing to stabilize this region, to involve them, to make them full-fledged members as soon as possible, thereby to increase the strength of Europe. Isn't that our common interest? We are convinced that it is our common interest, and this is why we have assigned this as one of the priorities. Enlargement is one of the priorities of the Hungarian presidency, with a special focus on the Western Balkans. Terrorism, radicalization, I agree with all those who've called the attention to this. I did not discuss this myself in my contribution, but when we are seeing as the uncontrolled wave of migration is actually exploited by terrorists to infiltrate Europe, and we are seeing in Europe, them committing repeated terrorist offenses, I think it requires our attention. It requires that we make efforts in Europe to have a tool to stand against this, and the kind of terrorism that we are seeing happen is unacceptable and should not be allowed in any way whatsoever. And that's where I'd like to conclude. I might not have responded to everything. I'm grateful for all the contributions. It really just goes to show the kind of interest that these topics generate. And I think this is important, that we should be able to continue this. We are ready to do so from the side of Hungary, always remaining on the level of reality, because that is how we can find solutions to the challenges we face. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you very much for the speeches of our speakers. We thank State Secretary Staroy for coming here and for speaking and responding. We endeavored to, during the past 2.5 days, to work with the Swiss clock perfection. However, I have to say that we got somewhat carried away in the debate, because according to the script, we should be having the closing of the 72nd COSAC plenary and adoption of the COSAC final documents, but we will proceed with that then. Observations and conclusions and the adoption of the COSAC final document will happen now. During yesterday's debate, we had a lengthy discussion and a lengthy vote, which has resulted in a text that reflects the issues where we share similar views. I would like to thank my fellow MPs for their very constructive contribution. We all have always had arguments and differences of opinion, and it will always be true in the future. But the essence of our cooperation is that we are able to agree at the end of the debate, and I think that's what we managed to do. So I'd like to ask the delegations if any of you have any comments on the final documents that have been sent out this morning. I don't see any hands. In the absence of any remarks, I'd like to, I'm sorry, my eyesight must be worsening. I'll have the microphone given to you. Yes, please. Please, let's hear your remark from the Portuguese delegation.
We must say that we will present a declaration because we do not subscribe the conclusions about migration, because they focus only on negative impacts. And I think we all know, we must all know, and we recognize that the migrants are real important for Europe. This is a message also to the millions of migrants who decided to work and to live in Europe and to dedicate their lives to our lives. They are the ones who take care of our older people. They are the ones who take care many times of our children. They are the ones who operate in our industries, in our restaurants, in our hotels. This is a message to the millions of migrants who guarantee our day-to-day life. So, dear colleagues, I wish you could all subscribe with us this message that we are passing to all those who are dedicating their lives to the future of Europe. We need migrants. We need people who are aligned, that are integrated, that are part of our lives to have a future with us. Thank you so much.
Köszönjük szépen.
Thank you very much. May I recall the relevant part, the vote on the relevant part of the document. 32 yes, 7 abstention, 6 against, which means that the amendment did not comply with the 3/4 rule. So I would like to propose, I just want to ask if anybody else wants to take the floor. My proposal would be, of course, we should take into account the Portuguese position and to consider the final document adopted. Let us rejoice that we managed to come to an agreement. Let me also briefly conclude as the chair. We have had on the agenda of the COSAC plenary some of the issues that will determine the future of the European Union, as competitiveness, demography, peace, and the creation, the formation of a new European Commission are issues that will determine the future of EU citizens in the short and in the long term. Once again, I'd like to thank the speakers for their personal participation, and I'd especially like to thank the COSAC delegations, my fellow members of parliament, for having honored this Parliamentary Dimension event with their personal presence. I'm very hopeful that you will find your stay in Budapest as being useful, memorable, and pleasant, and that you will look back on your time here with fond memories. As we heard yesterday, the Polish COSAC presidency is planning to hold a meeting for COSAC chairpersons in Warsaw at the end of January 2025. Finally, I'd like to thank the interpreters and all our staff for their help and the work they did, and let us give them a round of applause. And finally, I would like to respectfully invite you all to the corridors outside the plenary hall, where we will serve you a buffet lunch. At the end of the lunch, we invite our guests to visit the Parliament House. Buses will start returning to the hotels at 1500 hours at 3 o'clock here from the Parliament House. I wish you all an enjoyable lunch, and with this, I adjourn the 72nd COSAC plenary session. May God bless all of you.